As you can see from the title, we're gonna be listening to Rich Dad Poor Dad. Just trying to get this set up right quick. Hopefully, this book don't get copyrighted in the live cut off like yesterday. So, hey, we're gonna think positive as always. Off like yesterday. So, I just heard myself echo. That shouldn't be right. All right, I'm about to play this book, Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. Another one of my favorites. Another life changing book. Another mindset book. Another finances book, as you can see. As you see, I play a lot of books about money, mindset, uh, shit, power, like the 48 Laws of Power. That was a 23-hour stream. Like, so, as you can see, the books I like are the books that's going to help you evolve, help evolve your mindset and all. So, hope y'all like this book. Like I said, this is another one of my favorites. So, like I said, just hope it don't get copyrighted this time.
Time Warner Audiobooks presents Rich Dad, Poor Dad, written by Robert Kiyosaki with Sharon L. Lecter, CPA, and read by Stephen Boyd, featuring an introduction by Robert Kiyosaki.
I had two fathers, a rich one and a poor one. One was highly educated and intelligent. He had a PhD and completed 4 years of undergraduate work in less than 2 years. The other father never finished the
Hey, we
eighth
got
grade.
some BMW
Both men were
strain.
successful in their careers,
I haven't tried
working
this one
hard
yet.
all their lives.
Yeah, we got ice
Both
cream
earned
cake.
substantial incomes. Yet one struggled
We
financially all
definitely
his
got
life.
some more moon rocks
The other
tonight.
would
So
become one of the richest men in Hawaii.
it's called
One guy
Snuggle.
leaving tens of millions of dollars to his family, charities, and his church. The other left bills to be paid. Both men were strong, charismatic, and influential. Both men offered me advice, but they did not advise the same things. Both men believed strongly in education, but did not recommend the same course of study. If I had had only one dad, I would have had to accept or reject his advice. Having two dads advising me offered me the choice of contrasting points of view.
Lucky
One
him,
of a
because I
rich
only
man
had no
and
dad.
one of a poor man. Instead of simply accepting or rejecting one or the other, I found myself thinking more, comparing, and then choosing for myself. The problem was, the rich man was not rich yet, and the poor man not yet poor. Both were just starting out in their careers, and both were struggling with money and families. But they had very different points of view about the subject of money. For example, one dad would say, the love of money is the root of all evil.
Who heard that
The
line?
other, the lack of money is the root of all evil. As a young boy,
Lack of
having
money
two
is
strong
the root of all
fathers,
evil.
both
That's new
influencing me, was difficult.
information.
I wanted to be a good son and listen, but the two fathers did not say the same things. The contrast in their points of view, particularly where money was concerned, was so extreme that I grew curious and intrigued. I began to start thinking for long periods of time about what each was saying. Much of my private time was spent reflecting, asking myself questions such as, why does he say that? And then asking the same question of the other dad's statement. It would have been much easier to simply say, yeah, he's right, I agree with that. Or to simply reject the point of view by saying, the old man doesn't know what he's talking about. Instead, having two dads whom I love forced me to think and ultimately choose a way of thinking for myself. As a process, choosing to think for myself turned out to be much more valuable in the long run, rather than simply accepting or rejecting a single point of view. One of the reasons the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and the middle class struggles in debt is because the subject of money is taught at home, not in school. Most of us learn about money from our parents. So what can a poor parent tell their child about money? They
Not a
simply say,
damn thing.
stay in school and study hard. The child may graduate with excellent grades, but with a poor person's financial programming and mindset.
That was me.
It was learned while the child was young. Money is not taught in schools. Schools focus on scholastic and professional skills, but not financial skills. This explains how smart bankers, doctors, and accountants who earn excellent grades in school may still struggle financially all their lives. Our staggering national debt is due in large part to highly educated politicians and government officials making financial decisions with little or no training on the subject of money. I often look ahead to the new millennium and wonder what will happen when we have millions of people who will need financial and medical assistance. They will be dependent upon their families or the government for financial support. What will happen when Medicare and Social Security run out of money? How will a nation survive if teaching children about money continues to be left to parents, most of whom will be, or already are, poor? Because I had two influential fathers, I learned from both of them. I had to think about each dad's advice, and in doing so, I gained valuable insight into the power and effect of one's thoughts on one's life. For example, one dad had a habit of saying, I can't afford it. The other dad forbade those words to be used. He insisted
That's
I
a
say,
real cuss word. I
how
can't
can
afford
I
it.
afford it? One is a statement, and the other is a question. One lets you off the hook, and the other forces you to think. My soon-to-be rich dad would explain that by automatically saying the words, I can't afford it, your brain stops working. By asking the question, how can I afford it, your brain is put to work. He did not mean buy everything you wanted. He was fanatical about exercising your mind, the most powerful computer in the world. My brain gets stronger every day because I exercise it. The stronger it gets, the more money I can make.
Facts.
He believed that automatically saying, I can't afford it, was a sign of mental laziness. Although both dads worked hard, I noticed that one dad had a habit of putting his brain to sleep when it came to money matters, and the other had a habit of exercising his brain. The long-term result was that one dad grew stronger financially, and the other grew weaker. It is not much different from a person who goes to the gym to exercise on a regular basis versus someone who sits on the couch watching television. Proper physical exercise increases your chances for health, and proper mental exercise increases your chances for wealth. Laziness decreases both health and wealth. My two dads had opposing attitudes and thought. One dad thought that the rich should pay more in taxes and take care of those less fortunate. The other said, taxes punish those who produce and reward those who don't produce.
That's a
One dad
fact.
recommended, study hard so you can find a good company to work for. The
The
other
rich, people hate the rich so much because they accumulated so much wealth. Yet the poor, they get food stamps, they get Medicaid, they get all type of benefits. So I seen a post earlier today, and it was just talking about how the poor, a person would rather be poor or rich because the middle class, like they stuck in debt, like they don't get no type of help from the government. Like, and I'm like, I found that statement kind of true because shit, I've been poor, middle class, and I've experienced living a rich lifestyle. So, like, I'd rather be rich. I wouldn't rather be poor or middle class. I'd just rather be rich and wealthy.
recommended, study hard so you can find a good company to buy. One dad said, the reason I'm not rich is because I have you kids. The other said, the reason I must be rich is because I have you kids.
Facts.
One dad encouraged talking about money and business at the dinner table. The other forbade the subject of money to be discussed over a meal. One said, when it comes to money, play it safe and don't take risks. The other said, learn to manage risk. One believed, our home is our largest investment and our greatest asset. The other believed, my house is a liability, and if your house is your largest investment, you're in trouble. Both dads paid their bills on time, yet one paid his bills first, while the other paid his bills last. Being a product of two strong dads, allowed me the luxury of observing the effects different thoughts have on one's life. I noticed that people really do shape their life through their thoughts. For example, my poor dad always said, "I'll never be rich," and that prophecy became reality. My rich dad, on the other hand, always referred to himself as rich. He would say things like, "I'm a rich man, and rich people don't do this." Even when he was flat broke, after a major financial setback, he continued to refer to himself as a rich man. He would cover himself by saying, "There's a difference between being poor and being broke. Broke is temporary, and poor is eternal." My poor dad would also say, "I'm not interested in money," or "Money doesn't matter." My rich dad
I know a
always
lot of
said,
people think
"Money
like
is
that.
power." The power of our thoughts may never be measured or appreciated, but it became obvious to me as a young boy to be aware of my thoughts and how I expressed myself. I noticed that my poor dad was poor not because of the amount of money he earned, which was significant,
It's his mindset.
but because of his thoughts and his actions. As a young boy, having two fathers, I became acutely aware of being careful which thoughts I chose to adopt as my own. Whom should I listen to? My rich dad or my poor dad? Although both men had tremendous respect for education and learning, they disagreed on what they thought was important to learn. One wanted me to study hard, earn a degree, and get a good job to work for money. He wanted me to study to become a professional, an attorney, or an accountant, or to go to business school for my MBA. The other encouraged me to study to be rich, to understand how money works, and learn how to have it work for me. "I don't work for money," were the words he would repeat over and over. "Money works for me." At the age of 9, I decided to listen to and learn from my rich dad about money. In doing so, I chose not to listen to my poor dad, even though he was the one with all the college degrees. Once I made up my mind whom to listen to, my education about money
He
began.
made his mind up at a
My rich
very
dad
young
taught me over a
age.
period
Like, he was lucky because he had a real dad, even though his real dad was poor minded, poor thinking individual. He also had his friend's dad, and he didn't even say how was his dad yet, but it's his friend's dad, who when he first started off, he didn't have no money, like, but he had the right mindset, and that's what it's about. You don't have to be rich right now. You don't gotta have a full bank account right now. You don't have to have all the material shit to even be rich. It's all about the way you think and the way you manifest for yourself what you want for yourself. If you don't want nothing, you'll never have nothing. If you will say I'll never be rich, you'll never be rich. It's that simple. You are always right about your situation.
understood what he had been trying to drum into my often thick skull. Money is one form of power, but what is more powerful is financial education. Money comes and goes, but if you have the education about how money works, you gain power over it and can begin building wealth. The reason positive thinking alone does not work is because most people went to school and never learned how money works.
On the career.
Because I was only 9 years old when I started, the lessons my rich dad taught me were simple. And with all said and done, in lessons repeated over 30 years. Possible, as my rich dad put forth those lessons to me.
For some reason, my live is playing on my phone while the live is already playing. So I don't know if y'all can hear
Most men believe strongly in
that in the
education,
background.
but did not recommend the same course
This
of
is
study.
tripping right now.
If I had had only one dad, I would have had to accept
It's
or
playing
reject his
like
advice.
the fuck? It's
Having
playing like
two
I'm
dads
watching it on my
advising me.
phone. Like now, just stop. Like, can y'all hear it normal? Is it normal? Is everything cool with on y'all end, or is it just me? It's straight now, like I said. So never mind. Let's get back to the book.
The lessons are not meant to be answers, but guideposts. Guideposts that will assist you and your children to grow wealthier, no matter what happens in a world of increasing change and uncertainty.
Why do you want to get rich, son? Because today Jimmy's mom drove up in their new Cadillac and they were going to their beach house for the weekend. He took 3 of his friends, but Mike and I weren't invited. They told us we weren't invited because we were poor kids. They did? My dad asked incredulously. Yeah, they did.
You
I
don't know
replied in a
kids
hurt
is like
tone.
that?
My dad silently shook his head, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and went back to reading his paper. I stood waiting for an answer. The year was 1956. I was 9 years old. By some twist of fate, I attended the same public school where the rich people sent their kids. We were primarily a sugar plantation town. The managers of the plantation and the other affluent people of the town, such as doctors, business owners, and bankers, sent their children to this school, grades 1 to 6. After grade 6, their children were generally sent off to private schools. Because my family lived on one side of the street, I went to this school. Had I lived on the other side of the street, I would have gone to a different school with kids from families more like mine. After grade 6, these kids and I would go on to the public intermediate and high school. There was no private school for them or for me. My dad finally put down the paper. Well, son, he began slowly, if you want to be rich, you have to learn to make money. How do I make money? I asked.
First off,
Well,
you don't make money.
Use your head, son.
Only
He said,
people who
smiling.
make money is those who work in a mint. You have to earn money. Earl Nightingale taught me that lesson a minute ago. So I stopped asking God, universe, to make more money. Because I've never made
Which
a
really
dollar in my
meant,
life.
that's all I'm going to tell
Physically,
you.
never
or,
made it.
I don't know the answer, so don't embarrass me. The next morning, I told my best friend Mike what my dad had said. As best I could tell, Mike and I were the only poor kids in this school. Mike was like me in that he was in this school by a twist of fate. Someone had drawn a jog in a line for the school district, and we wound up in school with the rich kids. So what do we do to make money? Mike asked. I don't know, I said. But do you want to be my partner? He agreed. And so on that Saturday morning, Mike became my first business partner. We spent all morning coming up with ideas on how to make money. Finally, that afternoon, a bolt of lightning came through our heads. It was an idea that Mike had gotten from a science book he'd read. Excitedly, we shook hands, and the partnership now had a business. For the next several weeks, Mike and I ran around our neighborhood, knocking on doors and asking our neighbors if they'd save their toothpaste tubes for us. With puzzled looks, most adults consented with a smile. Some asked us what we were doing, to which we replied, "We can't tell you. It's a business secret." My mom grew distressed as the weeks wore on. We had selected a site next to her washing machine as the place we would stockpile our raw materials. In a brown cardboard box that one time held ketchup bottles, our little pile of used toothpaste tubes began to grow. One day, my dad drove up to see two 9-year-old boys in the driveway with a production line operating at full speed. Fine white powder everywhere. On a long table were small milk cartons from school, and our family's hibachi grill was glowing with red-hot coals at maximum heat. Dad walked up cautiously, having to park the car at the base of the driveway, since the production line blocked the carport. As he got closer, he saw a steel pot sitting on top of the coals, with the toothpaste tubes being melted down. In those days, toothpaste did not come in plastic tubes. The tubes were made of lead. So once the paint was burned off, the tubes were dropped in a small steel pot, melted until they became liquid, and with my mom's pot holders, we were pouring the lead through a small hole in the top of the milk cartons. The milk cartons were filled with plaster of Paris. The white powder everywhere was the plaster before we mixed it with water. The milk cartons were the outer containers for plaster of Paris molds. My dad watched as we carefully poured the molten lead through a small hole in the top of the plaster of Paris cube. "What are you boys doing?" he asked with a cautious smile. "We're doing what you told me to do. We're going to be rich," I said. "Yep," said Mike, grinning and nodding his head. "We're partners." "And what is in those plaster molds?" "Watch," I said. "This should be a good match." With a small hammer, I tapped at the seal that divided the cube in half. Cautiously, I pulled up the top half of the plaster mold, and a lead nickel fell out. "Oh my God," my dad said. "You're casting nickels out of lead." "That's right," Mike said. "We're making money." My dad smiled and shook his head. Along with a fire and a box of spent toothpaste tubes in front of him were two little boys covered with white dust and smiling from ear to ear. He asked us to put everything down and sit with him on the front step of our house. With a smile, he gently explained what the word counterfeiting meant. Our dreams were dashed. You mean this is illegal?
Dad, a hater.
Asked Mike. Yes, it is illegal, my dad said gently. But you boys have shown great creativity and original thought. Keep going. I'm really proud of you. Disappointed, Mike and I sat in silence for about 20 minutes before we began cleaning up our mess.
He told him to keep
The
going, but
business
he
was
had
over
already
on
shitting
opening
on
day.
their dreams.
Sweeping the powder up, I looked at Mike and said, I guess Jimmy and his friends are right. We are poor. My father was just leaving as I said that. Boys, he said, you're only poor if you give up. The most important thing is that you did something. Most people only talk and dream of getting rich. You've done something. I'm very proud of the two of you. I will say it again. Keep going. Don't quit. Mike and I stood there in silence. They were nice words, but we still did not know what to do. So how come you're not rich, Dad? I asked. Because I chose to be a school teacher. School teachers really don't think about being rich. We just like to teach. I wish I could help you, but I really don't know how to make money. Mike and I turned and continued our cleanup.
I'd have asked my dad why he didn't learn how to make money then.
If you boys want to learn how to be rich, don't ask me. Talk to your dad, Mike. My dad? Asked Mike with a scrunched up face. Yeah, your dad, repeated my dad with a smile. Your dad and I have the same banker, and he raves about your father. He's told me several times that your father is brilliant when it comes to making money.
My bad, y'all. Shit, that shit started tripping. Everybody left this bitch like, where he go?
Our now defunct first business. As we were cleaning, we made plans on how and when to talk to Mike's dad. The problem was that Mike's dad worked long hours and often did not come home until late. His father owned warehouses, a construction company, a chain of stores, and 3 restaurants. It was the restaurants that kept him out late. Mike caught the bus home after we had finished cleaning up. He was going to talk to his dad when he got home that night and ask him if he would teach us how to become rich. Mike promised to call as soon as he talked to his dad, even if it was late. The phone rang at 8:30 p.m. Mike's dad had agreed to meet with Mike and me. At 7:30 Saturday morning, I caught the bus to the poor side of town. Michael and I met with his dad that morning at 8 o'clock. He was already busy and had been at work for more than an hour. His construction supervisor was just leaving in his pickup truck as I walked up to his simple, small, and tidy home. Mike met me at the door. Dad's on the phone, and he said to wait on the back porch, Mike said as he opened the door.
My bad
The
about
old
that
wooden
interruption.
floor creaked
I
as
had a
I
call
stepped
coming
across
in.
the threshold of his aging house. There was a cheap mat just inside the door. That mat was there to hide the years of wear from countless footsteps that the floor supported. Although clean, it needed to be replaced. I felt claustrophobic as I entered the narrow living room, which was filled with old, musty, overstuffed furniture that today would be collector's items. Sitting on the couch were 2 women, a little older than my mom. Across from the women sat a man in workman's clothes. They smiled as Mike and I walked past them, heading for the kitchen, which led to the porch that overlooked the backyard. I smiled back shyly. Who are those people? I asked. Oh, they work for my dad. The older man runs his warehouses, and the women are the managers of the restaurants. And you saw the construction supervisor who's working on a road project about 50 miles from here. His other supervisor, who's building a tract of houses, had already left before you got here. Does this go on all the time? I asked. Not always, but quite often, said Mike, smiling as he pulled up a chair to sit down next to me. I asked him if he teaches to make money, Mike said. Oh? And what did he say to that? I asked with cautious curiosity. Well, he had a funny look on his face at first, and then he said he would make us an offer. Oh, I said, rocking my chair back against the wall. I sat there perched on 2 rear legs of the chair. Mike did the same thing. Suddenly, Mike's dad burst through the rickety screen door and onto the porch. Mike and I jumped to our feet. not out of respect, but because we were startled. Ready, boys? Mike's dad asked as he pulled up a chair to sit down with us. We nodded our heads as we pulled our chairs away from the wall to sit in front of him. He was a big man, about 6 feet tall and 200 pounds. Mike says that you want to learn how to make money. Is that correct, Robert? I nodded my head quickly, but with a little intimidation. He had a lot of power behind his words and smile. Okay, here's my offer. I'll teach you, but I won't do it classroom style. You work for me, and I'll teach you. You don't work for me, I don't teach you. I can teach you faster if you work, and I'm wasting my time if you just want to sit and listen like you do in school. That's my offer. Take it or leave it. May I ask a question first, I asked. Nope, take it or leave it. I've got too much work to do to waste my time. If you can't make up your mind decisively, then you'll never learn to make money anyway.
Facts.
Take it, I said. Take it, said Mike. Good, said Mike's dad. Mrs. Martin will be by in 10 minutes. After I'm through with her, you ride with her to my superette, and you can begin working. I'll pay you 10 cents an hour, and you will work for 3 hours every Saturday. But I have a softball game today, I said. Mike's dad lowered his voice to a stern tone. Take it or leave it, he said. I'll take it, I replied, choosing to work and learn instead of playing softball. By 9 a.m. on a beautiful Saturday morning, Mike and I were working for Mrs. Martin. She was a kind and patient woman. She always said that Mike and I reminded her of her 2 sons who were grown and gone. Although kind, she believed in hard work, and she kept us working. She was a taskmaster. We spent 3 hours taking canned goods off the shelves, and with a feather duster, brushing each can to get the dust off, and then restacking them neatly. It was excruciatingly boring work. For 3 weeks, Mike and I reported to Mrs. Martin and worked our 3 hours. By noon, our work was over, and she dropped 3 little dimes in each of our hands. Now, even at the age of 9 in the mid-50s, 30 cents was not too exciting. Comic books cost 10 cents back then, so I usually spent my money on comic books and went home. By Wednesday of the 4th week, I was ready to quit. I had agreed to work only because I wanted to learn to make money from Mike's dad. And now I was a slave for 10 cents an hour. On top of that, I had not seen Mike's dad since that first Saturday. I'm quitting, I told Mike at lunchtime. The school lunch was miserable. School was boring, and now I didn't even have my Saturdays to look forward to. But it was the 30 cents that really got to me. Mike smiled. Dad said this would happen. He said to meet with him when you were ready to quit. What? I said indignantly. He's been waiting for me to get fed up? Sort of, Mike said. Dad's kind of different. He teaches
what he
differently
was
from
doing?
your dad. Your mom and
Do
dad
y'all
lecture a lot.
realize what he was doing? Like, he was making the kids work for 10 cents an hour because that's pennies. And once he finally got tired of that shit, then he was ready to quit. So like now the real learning began. That was just the first test though. Like, but most people they be getting tired of their job, but they'll still work there for 10, 20 years later. Like, and they'll be hating their life every single day. Like me, every time I got the urge to quit, I quit. I ain't never get no job a 2 weeks notice ever. Like in my life, I was just like, I'm out of this motherfucker. Except for the military, but the military, that's different.
My dad is quiet and a man of few words. You just wait till this Saturday. I'll tell him you're ready. You mean I've been set up? No, not really, but maybe. Dad will explain on Saturday.
Teaching you lessons, my boy.
I was ready to face him, and I was prepared. Even my real dad was angry with him. My real dad, the one I call the poor one, thought that my rich dad was violating child labor laws and should be investigated. My educated dad told me to demand what I deserve, at least 25 cents an hour. My poor dad told me that if I didn't get a raise, I was to quit immediately. At 8 o'clock Saturday morning, I was going through the same rickety door of Mike's house. Take a seat and wait in line, Mike's dad said as I entered. He turned and disappeared into his little office next to a bedroom. I looked around the room and didn't see Mike anywhere. Feeling awkward, I cautiously sat down next to the same 2 women who were there 4 weeks earlier.
I should make my
They
kids
smiled
get in here and
slid
sit down
across
and
the
listen
couch
to
to
this
make
shit.
room for me. 45 minutes went by,
But
and
I
I
got
was
the
steaming. The two women had
Got
met
the
with him and left
cookies
30 minutes earlier.
ashtray, the smokeless
An older
ashtray.
gentleman was in there for 20
So it
minutes and was
sucks up the
also
smoke.
gone.
So I could let my kids
The
sit
house
there
was
and just
empty,
listen.
and I sat out in his
These-
musty,
that's a
dark living
punishment
room
for
on a
them.
beautiful, sunny Hawaiian day, waiting to talk to a cheapskate who exploited children. I could hear him rustling around in the office, talking on the phone and ignoring me. I was now ready to walk out, but for some reason I stayed. Finally, 15 minutes later at exactly 9 o'clock,
15 minutes.
Rich Dad walked out of his office, said nothing, and signaled with his hand for me to enter his dingy office. I understand you want a raise or you're going to quit, Rich Dad said as he swiveled in his office chair. Well, you're not keeping your end of the bargain, I blurted out, nearly in tears. It was really frightening for a 9-year-old boy to confront a grown-up.
Hey, he's standing
You
up
said
for
that
himself.
you'd
That's
teach
all
me
that
if I
matters.
worked for you. Well, I've worked
Some
for you.
people
I've
just
worked
keep
hard.
it in, hold it in, never
I've
say
given up
nothing.
my
Just keep
baseball
working.
games to work for you, and you don't keep your word. You haven't taught me anything. You're a crook like everyone in town thinks you are. You're greedy. You want all the money and don't take care of your employees. You make me wait and don't show me any respect. I'm only a little boy, and I deserve to be treated better.
As you
Dad
can
rocked
see,
back in
he
his swivel
as a
chair, hands
boy,
up
as
to
a
his chin,
child,
somewhat stiff.
he's fucking already mentally like ahead of motherfuckers. Most people would never speak up for themselves. I used to be a person that never spoke up for myself. I kept everything in until I learned that was holding me back. And once I started opening up and speaking up for myself, everything started to work in my favor. So now it's kind of hard for me to shut the fuck up.
At me. Not bad, he said. In less than a month, you sound like most of my employees. What? I asked. Not understanding what he was saying, I continued with my grievance. I thought you were going to keep up your end of the bargain and teach me. Instead, you want to torture me. That's cruel. That's really cruel. I am teaching you, Rich Dad said quietly. What have you taught me? Nothing, I said angrily. You haven't even talked to me once since I agreed to work for peanuts. 10 cents an hour, huh?
No, you should have
I
never
should
agreed
notify the
to work
government
for
about
peanuts.
you. We have
Should have
child
tried to
labor laws,
negotiate.
you know. My dad works for the government, you know. Wow.
That boy a
said Rich
teacher.
Dad.
He would talk about he work with a
Now you
government.
sound like most of the people who used to work for me. People I've either fired or they've quit. So what do you have to say? I demanded, feeling pretty brave for a little kid.
Everybody got something to say
How
about
do
the
you
rich
know
dad,
that
don't
I've
they?
not taught you anything? Asked Rich Dad calmly. Well, you've never talked to me. I've worked for 3 weeks and you've not taught me anything, I said with a pout. Does teaching mean talking or a lecture? Rich Dad asked. Well, yes, I replied. That's how they teach you in school, he said, smiling. But that is not how life teaches you. And I would say that life is the best teacher of all. Most of the time, life does not talk to you, just sort of pushes you around. Each push is life saying, wake up. There's something I want you to learn. I had no idea what he was talking about. Life pushes all of us around. Some give up, others fight. A few learn the lesson and move on. They welcome life pushing them around. To these few people, it means they need and want to learn something. They learn and move on. Most quit, and a few like you fight. Rich Dad stood and shut the creaky old wooden window that needed repair. If you learn this lesson, you will grow into a wise, wealthy, and happy young man. If you don't, you will spend your life blaming a job, low pay, or your boss for your problems. You'll live life hoping for that big break that'll solve all your money problems. Rich Dad looked over to me to see if I was still listening. His eyes met mine. We stared at each other, streams of communication going between us through our eyes. Finally, I pulled away once I had absorbed his last message. I knew he was right. I was blaming him, and I did ask to learn. I was fighting. Rich Dad continued. Or if you're the kind of person who has no guts, you just give up every time life pushes you. If you're that kind of person, you'll live all your life playing it safe, doing the right things, saving yourself for some event that never happens. Then you die a boring old man. You'll have lots of friends who really like
Well,
you
old woman.
because you were such a nice, hard-working guy. You spent a life playing it safe, doing the right things. But the truth is, you let life push you into submission. Deep down, you were terrified of taking risks. You really wanted to win, but the fear of losing was greater than the excitement of winning. Deep inside, you and only you
will know that you didn't go for it. You chose to play it safe. Our eyes met again. For 10 seconds, we looked at each other, only pulling away once the message was received. You've been pushing me around, I asked. Some people might say that, smiled Rich Dad. I would say that I just gave you a taste of life. What taste of life? I asked, still angry, but now curious. You boys are the first people that have ever asked me to teach them how to make money. I have more than 150 employees, and not one of them has asked me what I know about money. They ask me for a job and a paycheck, but never to teach them about money. So most will spend the best years of their lives working for money, not really understanding what it is they're working for. I sat there listening intently. So when Mike told me about you wanting to learn how, I decided to design a course that was close to real life. I could talk till I was blue in the face, but you wouldn't hear a thing. So I decided to let life push you around a bit so you could hear me. That's why I only paid you 10 cents.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the lesson I learned from working for only 10 cents an hour, I asked? That you're cheap and exploit your workers? Rich Dad laughed heartily.
I ain't make you
best
work
change
for
your
me.
point of view.
You could have said
Stop
no.
blaming me, thinking I'm the problem. If you think I'm the problem, then you have to change me. If you realize that you're the problem, then you can change yourself, learn something, and grow wiser. But you only pay me 10 cents.
He said, if you think that I'm the problem, then you gotta change me. What? Yeah, so if a person think that I'm the problem, they have to physically change me. Like, only person that can change you is yourself. Like, so no one's ever the problem because you can't change that. You can't change them. It's always you. Fucking some game right there for you.
So what are you learning? Rich Dad asked, smiling. That you're cheap, I said with a sly grin. See, you think I'm the problem, said Rich Dad. But you are. Well, keep that attitude and you learn nothing. Keep the attitude that I'm the problem, and what choices do you have?
Well, he like not this is a
Well,
9-year-old
if you
boy
don't pay me
too.
more or show me more respect and teach me, I'll quit. Well put, Rich Dad said.
He don't understand the
And
lessons
that's
he learning
exactly
right
what
now.
most people
The game
do.
he getting
They
right
quit
now.
and go looking for another job, better opportunity, and higher pay, actually thinking that a new job or more pay will solve the problem. In most cases, it won't. So what will solve the problem, I asked? Just take this measly 10 cents an hour and smile? Rich Dad smiled. That's what the other people do. Just accept a paycheck, knowing that they and their family will struggle financially. But that's all they do. Waiting for a raise, thinking that more money will solve the problem. Most just accept it, and some take a second job working harder, but again accepting a small paycheck.
Let me tell you, more money won't
I sat
solve the
staring at
problem.
the floor, beginning.
Every time I like said I wanted to make more money and I made that goal, I'm like, dang, I need more money. I want to do more stuff. Like, it ain't enough. Like, so even when I'm like manifesting millions and like on the road to millions and billions, like, I have to remember it's not truly about the money. Like, it's about the impact. It's about who can I inspire on this journey. It's about how much can I learn. Like, how much can I grow while on this road to riches. Cause it ain't no fucking just straight shot to the fucking goal. Like, this shit is fucking peaks and valleys, up and down in this bitch. And I think that's gonna be the next book we listen to, Peaks and Valleys. I just gotta remember that by the time this book is over.
Understand the lesson Rich Dad was presenting. I could sense it was a taste of life. Finally, I looked up and repeated the question. So what will solve the problem? This, he said, tapping me gently on the head. This stuff between your ears. It was at that moment that Rich Dad shared the pivotal point of view that separated him from his employees and my poor dad, and led him to eventually become one of the richest men in Hawaii, while my highly educated but poor dad struggled financially all his life. It was a singular point of view that made all the difference over a lifetime. Rich Dad said over and over this point of view, which I call lesson number 1. The rich don't
If
work
y'all
for
read
money.
this book already, give it a thumbs up.
On that bright Saturday morning, I was learning a completely different point of view from what I'd been taught by my poor dad. At the age of 9, I grew aware that both dads wanted me to learn. Both dads encouraged me to study, but not the same things. My highly educated dad recommended that I do what he did. Son, I want you to study hard, get good grades, so you can find a safe, secure job with a big company, and make sure it has excellent benefits. My rich dad wanted me to learn how money works, so I could make it work for me. These lessons I would learn through life with his guidance,
See,
not
one
because of a
person wrote this
classroom.
book.
My rich dad continued my first lesson. I'm glad you got angry about working for 10 cents an hour. If you'd not gotten angry, and had gladly accepted it, I would have to tell you that I could not teach you. You see, true learning takes energy, passion, a burning desire. Anger is a big part of that formula, for passion is anger and love combined. When it comes to money, most people want to play it safe and feel secure, so passion does not direct them, fear does. So is that why they'll take a job with low pay? I asked. Yes, said Rich Dad. Some people say I exploit people because they don't pay as much as the sugar plantation or the government. I say people exploit themselves. It's their fear, not mine.
Because if I give you an
But
offer,
don't you feel
because
you...
I'm an entrepreneur myself, I'm a boss myself. So if I'm saying, hey, I'm paying you $10 an hour, and you accept that, and you don't negotiate, knowing like you need more, you need $15 an hour. Like it's not my problem that you settle for the job. Like I gave you offer, because if you don't take it, it's somebody else who will. But if you're worth it and you know how to negotiate, then yeah, $15, that's no problem. If you gonna put the effort in, if you know that that's what your worth is. But at the same time, when I was a worker, I used to think like, fuck, I'm just trying to make it to $20 an hour. Like I thought if I would make it to $20 an hour at a job, I would be good. And then I did that at a job. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm still kind of struggling because the more money I got, the more money I spent. I was living paycheck to paycheck, so I wasn't reading these type of books, and I had no type of financial literacy. I didn't have a father. I ain't had no. I ain't have a rich dad or a poor dad around. But I did have a great grandma, and she knew how to save her money. She knew how to handle her money. But my grandma, on the other hand, she was the opposite. She was the one who was always in the casino. Like so, actually know how to save, but I never fucking started implementing that in my life until like just 2020, 2021. That's when I started learning to invest. So I started investing in stocks, crypto. I haven't tapped into real estate yet, but I will. Like that's the next thing I'm gonna be going into. So, because I understand how much the fucking stocks goes up and down. Like that that's gonna always fluctuate. But the real estate market, like that's gonna always go up. Like, or if it's a crash, then it's gonna go down. But still, like, that's the perfect time to buy. Most people are in fear mode when it's a depression, or when the stock market crash, when the real estate market crash. It's mostly fear going around. That's why the rich get richer because they start buying more of the shit that's cheap now. Like, so me understanding that, like, I'm shit. I'm hoping, I'm praying for another fucking real estate fucking crash or stock market crash. Because now that I have the information I have, I'm not afraid of that to happen. Before I was into stocks, I was afraid of a fucking stock market crash. Now you know what the fuck for. I just heard of the Great Depression in the 1920s and 1930s. Like that's, but once I start learning about the stock market, I'm like, oh, that's when the rich get richer because they start buying more stocks by the bulk, and it's gonna always go back to its like where it was and keep going up. Like so, like they not afraid when the stock market crash because most of the time all their money is not in one space. No way. Like so, like they not gonna have 100% of their income in the stock market or in crypto. Like it's gonna be divided. So I mean, you just learn a lot of stuff when you start to study money. When you start to try to learn to get rich. Because when I was asking for millions, when I first learned about the law of attraction in 2017, I didn't know this. So if I had got that, I'd have just blew it, and then I'd just been looking stupid. So I had to go on a journey for learning all of this, reading these books. Thank goodness I love books. So, shit, that's
Pay
yeah.
them more?
I've
I
learned.
asked.
I've been taught.
I don't have to.
I'm not teaching,
And
but
besides, more money
I've
will
been a
not solve
student.
the
So,
problem. Just look at your dad. He makes a lot of money and he still can't pay his bills. Most people, given more money, only get into more debt. So that's why the 10 cents an hour, I said, smiling. It's a part of the lesson. That's right, smiled Rich Dad. You see, your dad went to school and got an excellent education so he could get a high-paying job, which he did. But he still has money problems because he never learned anything about money at school. On top of that, he believes in working for money. And you don't, I asked. No, not really, said Rich Dad. If you want to learn to work for money, then stay in school. That's a great place to learn to do that. But if you want to learn how to have money work for you,
exactly.
then I will teach you that. But
I
only
wanted
if you
to say
want
it,
to
but I
learn.
didn't. I need to
Wouldn't
start
everyone
learning
want
to
to learn
open
that, I
up
asked?
more, speak my mind more.
No, said Rich Dad. Simply because it's easier to learn to work for money, especially if fear is your primary emotion when the subject of money is discussed. I don't understand, I said with a frown. Oh, don't worry about that for now. Just know that it's fear that keeps most people working at a job. The fear of not paying their bills, the fear of being fired, the fear of not having enough money, the fear of starting over. That's the price of studying to learn a profession or trade and then work.
Out of all my jobs I ever had, I got fired at one, and I was happy I got fired. Other than that, I quit every single job. Like so, and that job I got fired from was truck driving.
Can you get some?
Can you get some what?
Something?
Dana, get out of here. I'm on live.
Oh, I thought you said.
You know that,
I thought you said something.
and you ain't thought I said nothing to you. Get out of here.
I heard you said no, Dina.
Stop lying. Close my door. Damn, kids distract you. I ain't gonna let my kids distract me though. That's why I gotta make more money. To make sure they paying attention to their own business and not my business. So, forgot what I was talking about because her little tail came in.
For money. Most people become a slave to money and then get angry at their boss. Learning to have money work for you is a completely different course of study. Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
We sat in silence. My friends would have been just starting their Little League baseball game. But for some reason I was now thankful I decided to work for 10 cents an hour. I sensed that I was about to learn something my friends would not learn in school. Ready to learn? Asked Rich Dad.
Hell
Absolutely,
yeah.
I said with a grin. I've kept my promise. I've been teaching you from afar, my Rich Dad said. At 9 years old, you've gotten a taste of what it feels like to work for money. Just multiply your last month by 50 years, and you'll have an idea of what most people spend their life doing. I don't understand, I said. How did you feel waiting in line to see me? Once to get hired and once to ask for more money. Terrible, I said. If you choose to work for money, that is what life is like for many people, said Rich Dad. And how did you feel when Mrs. Martin dropped 3 dimes in your hand for 3 hours' work? I felt like it wasn't enough. It seemed like nothing. I was disappointed, I said. And that is how most employees feel when they look at their paychecks. Especially after all the tax and other deductions are taken.
How many of y'all
At least
had a
you got
job and you
100%.
feel like that when you send your
You mean
paycheck?
most workers don't
Especially
get
when you
paid
got child
everything? I
support
asked
coming
with
out that
amazement.
shit.
Heavens, no, said Rich Dad. The government always takes its share first. How do they do that? I asked. Taxes, said Rich Dad. You're taxed when you earn, you're taxed when you spend, you're taxed when you save, you're taxed when you die. Why do people let the government do that to them? The rich don't, said Rich Dad with a smile. The poor and the middle class do. I'll bet you that I earn more than your dad, yet he pays more in taxes. How can that be, I asked. As a 9-year-old boy, that made no sense to me. Why would someone let the government do that to them? Rich Dad sat there in silence. I guess he wanted me to listen instead of jabber away at the mouth. Finally, I calmed down. I did not like what I had heard. I knew my dad complained constantly about paying so much in taxes, but really did nothing about it. Was that life pushing him around? Rich Dad rocked slowly and silently in his chair, just looking at me. Ready to learn? He asked. I nodded my head slowly. Learning how to have money work for you is a lifetime study.
Imagine your
Most people go
9-year-old
to college for 4
son
years and their education ends.
going to, well, he actually, the dad told his son to go learn to be rich or to make money. So, but just imagine your 9-year-old kid coming home knowing more about money than you. Like, I'd be embarrassed. Or not me, I wouldn't be embarrassed. I'd be trying to learn. Like, okay, what you learn today? Like, I'm that type of person. But most people, they'll be jealous of their child and they'll try to stop their child's progress in some form of fashion, like whether it's like not buying them things or whatever. Like, so fuck that shit.
I already know that my study of money will continue over a lifetime, simply because the more I find out, the more I find out I need to know. Most people never study the subject. They go to work, get their paycheck, balance their checkbooks, and that's it. On top of that, they wonder why they have money problems. Then they think that more money will solve the problem. Few realize that it's their lack of financial education that is the problem. So, my dad has tax problems because he doesn't understand money? I asked, confused. Look, said Rich Dad, taxes are just one small section on learning how to have money work for you. Today, I just wanted to find out if you still have the passion to learn about money. Most people don't. They want to go to school, learn a profession, have fun at
Is
their
this
work,
book a
and earn lots
good
of money.
book or like is
One
y'all
day they
like,
wake up with big money problems,
Side.
and then they can't stop working.
how y'all feel about this book
That's
tonight?
the price of only knowing how to work for money, instead of studying how to have money work for you. So, do you still have the passion to learn? Asked Rich Dad. I nodded my head. Good, said Rich Dad. Now get back to work. This time I will pay you nothing. What? I asked in amazement. You heard me. You'll work the same 3 hours every Saturday, but this time you will not be paid 10 cents an hour. You said you wanted to learn to not work for money, so I'm not going to pay you anything. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
When you learn them lessons,
I've already had this
shit,
conversation
you
with
can't-
Mike.
Bruh,
He's a...
when you fucking learn the lesson of fucking not fucking working for money in 2018, when I said I didn't want to work a job no more, I had to start just depending on like one like income, and that wasn't enough. Like, but it was like I wasn't getting that every 2 weeks paycheck. Like, so please keep sharing this message of diversify portfolio built using dollar cost averaging. So wait a second. Oh yeah, for sure. But definitely. But I definitely forgot what I was talking about.
already working, dusting, and stacking canned goods for free. You better hurry up and get back
Oh
there.
yeah, I was talking about when I stopped working like shit. I basically went broke because I decided I wasn't gonna work a 9 to 5 no more. In 2019, like I was only making probably $750 a month, $750 a month, just no extra income. I probably made like on the side probably like an extra $3,000, $4,000 overall that year, but it wasn't a lot. Like, so I struggled, like, and I had the mindset, no matter what, I'm not going back. Like, I'm not going backwards. So I'm gonna figure it out. So what I did in the time I ain't have that I was working, I was just reading books. I was listening to things that was gonna enhance my mindset. I was teaching myself, like through YouTube, like through different like audio books, like so. This is an excellent book choice for teaching folks about how to think about exactly and to think about life, because most people who haven't read this book, if they listen to this, they're like, "Oh shit, I'm poor." Like, even no matter how much money that they make an hour, if you're not thinking like the rich people about how they think about money, you damn near poor. Like shit. Or you got a poor mindset about money. I ain't gonna call you poor. I'm gonna just say you got a poor mindset about money.
Stood there, still not believing what a
I
raw
had a
deal
poor
I'd been
mindset
handed.
about money. I had to
Here
learn.
I came to ask for a raise, and now I was being told to keep working for nothing. Rich Dad tapped me on the head and said, "Use this. Now get out of here."
Shit, he
I
don't
didn't tell my poor
understand.
dad I wasn't being paid. He would not have understood, and I did not want to try to explain something that I did not yet understand myself. For 3 more weeks, Mike and I worked for 3 hours every Saturday for nothing. The work didn't bother me, and the routine got easier. It was the missed baseball games and not being able to afford to buy a few comic books that got to me.
Yeah.
Rich Dad stopped by at noon on the 3rd week. We heard his truck pull up in the parking lot and sputter when the engine was turned off. He entered the store and greeted Mrs. Martin with a hug. After finding out how things were going in the store, he reached into the ice cream freezer, pulled out 2 bars, paid for them, and signaled to Mike and me, "Let's go for a walk, boys." We crossed the street, dodging a few cars, and walked across a large grassy field where a few adults were playing softball. Sitting down at a remote picnic table, he handed Mike and me the ice cream bars. "How's it going, boys?" "Okay," Mike said. I nodded in agreement. "Learn anything yet?" Rich Dad asked. Mike and I looked at each other, shrugged our shoulders, and shook our heads in unison. "Well, you boys had better start thinking. You're staring at one of life. If you learn the lesson, you'll enjoy a life of great freedom and security. If you don't learn the lesson, you'll wind up like Mrs. Martin and most of the people playing softball in this park. They work very hard for a little money, clinging to the illusion of job security, looking forward to a 3-week vacation each year and a skimpy pension after 45 years of
The
work."
reason he probably
Now,
be
that
calling
excites
out
you?
everybody because they be talking shit behind his back. So he be like, you see these people around here? I ain't even gonna lie. I talk to my son, like I talk to my kids like this. Like no lie. I'm like, do you want to be broke like such and such or like this person? Like, do you want to be like that? Or do you want to be wealthy? You want to grow rich? Like, so I be have to call people out sometimes because their lifestyle is not of a rich person's mentality, or not just a rich person because it's not about money. Once again, their mentality about money is fucked up.
"I'll give you a raise to
We supposed
25
to
cents
learn
an
this
hour.
in school, but they don't teach
But
it. Like so,
these are good, hard-working people. Are you making..."
like I don't know why they don't teach us about financial literacy in school. Like that's the most important thing you should teach a kid, especially when they about to go out into the real world. Like so, they should be learning all throughout high school how the real world is, how you supposed to use your mindset, how you supposed to go towards your creative, like your talents, whatever you're most good at. That's what you're supposed to be studying, not no just reg. Kids shouldn't be studying math, science, like the same thing they've been studying all the way since elementary. It's the same subjects, yet you just like switching up the information. Like so, it should be taught differently. So I might go into politics, especially because I have children. So the best way to change things is on the inside.
"As I demanded." A smile came over Rich Dad's face.
But being a
"Mrs. Martin's like a
politician, like
mother
I
to
don't
me,
know,
and I
that
would
might slow
never
me
be that
down. Just
cool.
trying to get to some papers.
I
Like
may
I don't
sound
know.
cool because I'm doing my
I
best to
can't
point
do
something out to
YouTube
the
after
two of
that.
you. I want to expand your point of view so you can see something, something most people never have the benefit of seeing because their vision is too narrow. Most people never see the trap they're in." Mike and I sat there uncertain of his message. He sounded cruel, yet we could sense he was desperately wanting us to know something. With a smile, Rich Dad said, "Doesn't that 25 cents an hour sound good? Doesn't that make your heart beat a little faster?" I shook my head no, but it really did. 25 cents an hour would be big bucks to me. "Okay, I'll pay you $1 an hour," Rich Dad said with a sly grin. Now my heart was beginning to race. My brain was
Hey,
screaming.
even though the 25 cents sounded good, but he was like,
I could not believe what I was hearing. Still, I said nothing. "Okay, $2 an hour." My little 9-year-old brain and heart nearly exploded.
Imagine a
After all, it
9-year-old
was
kid making
1956, and being
$2 an
paid
hour.
$2 an hour would have made me the richest kid in the world. I couldn't
Now he
imagine
can
earning
go
that
to
kind of
school
money. I
flexing on the
wanted to say
kids who
yes,
didn't
but
invite him.
somehow
What's going
my mouth
on,
stayed silent.
General?
Maybe my brain
Thank
had
you for showing
overheated
up
and blown
another
a
night.
fuse.
We back
But
again.
deep down, I badly wanted that $2 an hour. The ice cream had melted and was running down my hand. Rich Dad was looking at two boys staring back at him, eyes wide open and brains empty. He knew that he was testing us, and he knew there was part of our emotions that wanted to take the deal. Okay, he said, $5 an hour.
And
Suddenly,
I
there
tried
was
to
a
give my
silence from
kids
inside.
$5 to clean up, or
Something
they
had
slacked
changed.
off on it. I'm like, well, more
The
money in
offer
my
was
pocket.
too big and had gotten ridiculous. Not too many grown-ups in 1956 made more than $5 an hour. The temptation disappeared and a calm set in. Slowly, I turned to my left to look at Mike.
Hey,
looked back
shout
at
out
me.
to Charles Fisher.
The part of my soul that
Greetings
was
to you,
weak
my
and
brother.
needy was silenced.
Hey, this is a
The
great
part
book.
of me that had no price took over. There was a calm and a certainty about money that
Because
entered my
imagine,
brain
like,
and my soul.
as a
I
9-year-old
knew-
kid, like, him making $5 an hour, or, like, just that offer coming across his table. By the time he 18, like, you ain't gonna be able to, like, he gonna already be rich. Like, he already gonna be wealthy. Just off this type of just what he's going through now. Like, and he understands shit. He ain't just no fucking dumb 9-year-old kid. Like, he's very intelligent. Like, so
It got to that point
most
also.
grown-ups could learn from this
Rich
9-year-old
Dad
boy
said softly.
at this moment.
Most people have a price. And they have a price because of human emotions named fear and greed. First, the fear of being without money motivates us to work hard. And then once we get that paycheck, greed or desire starts us thinking about all the wonderful things money can buy. The pattern is then set. What pattern, I asked. The pattern of get up, go to work, pay bills, get up, go to work, pay bills. Their lives are then run forever by two emotions, fear and greed. Offer them more money, and they continue the cycle by also increasing their spending. This is what I call the rat race. There is another way, Mike asked.
There's other book, The Four
Yes,
Quadrants
Rich Dad slowly.
Conspiracy of the
But
Rich.
only a few people
Hey, we
fight.
could definitely check those books out.
And what is that
If
way?
they got the
Mike
audio
asked.
book on YouTube.
That's what I hope
Or I
you
can
boys
get
will
on
find
Audible.
out as you work and study with me.
It
That
might
is
not be
why
the,
I took
the
away
next
all
book because
forms
I
of
want
pay.
to listen to the Peaks and
Any
Valleys
hints,
next.
Mike
So
asked?
we can definitely
We're kind of tired
follow
of
up
working
with,
hard, especially for nothing.
Conspiracy of the
Well, the
Rich.
first step is telling the truth,
Sounds
said
like
Rich
a
Dad.
book I want to read.
We haven't been lying, I said. I did not say you were lying. I said to tell the truth. Rich Dad came back. The truth about what, I asked. How you're feeling, Rich Dad said. You don't have to say it to anyone else, just yourself. You mean the people in this park, the people who work for you,
When I
Mrs.
ask
Martin?
people questions,
They don't do that?
I
asked.
always tell them, you don't even got to answer to me. Like, you don't have to give me the answer. Just answer to yourself. Because most of the times, people will lie when I ask them a question, like a personal question. Like, they'll tell a lie. So I'm like, you don't answer me. Like, just answer to yourself. Because if you can answer, if you gonna lie to yourself, then you a bad motherfucker. But if you can be honest with yourself, then you gonna learn from whatever is like that conversation is about. But motherfuckers do be lying to themselves though.
I doubt it, Rich Dad said. Instead, they feel the fear of not having money. Instead of confronting the fear, they react instead of think. They react emotionally instead of using their head.
I would have told
Rich
him
Dad
if
said,
that
"Have
$5
yours
came, and I'm a grown man thinking, so of course. But if he had told me, if I had been working for free and everything was going good, I'm learning. And he came and asked, did I want to make $5 an hour? I'd have to decline for the simple fact he's testing me because I know it's about working for money. I don't want to work for no money. Like, I want to make my money work for me. So, what he gonna do?
Then they get a few bucks in their hands, and again the emotion of joy and desire and greed take over. And again they react instead of think. So their emotions do their thinking, Mike said. That's correct, said Rich Dad. Money is running their lives, and they refuse to tell the truth about that. Money is in control of their emotions, and hence their souls. Rich Dad sat quietly, letting his words sink in. Realizing we had absorbed as much as possible of what he was talking about, Rich Dad said, I want you boys to avoid that trap. That is really what I want to teach you. Not just to be rich, because being rich does not solve the problem. It doesn't, I asked, surprised. No, it doesn't. Let me finish with the other emotion, which is desire. Some call it greed, but I prefer desire. It's perfectly normal to desire something better, prettier, more fun or exciting. So people also work for money because of desire. They desire money for the joy they think it can buy. But the joy that money brings is often short-lived, and they soon need more money for more joy, more pleasure, more comfort, more security. So they keep working, thinking money will soothe their souls that are troubled by fear and desire. But money cannot do that. Even for rich people, Mike asked. Rich people included, said Rich Dad. In fact, the reason many rich people are rich is not because of desire, but because of fear. They actually think that money can eliminate that fear of not having money, of being poor. So they amass tons of it only to find out that the fear gets worse. They now fear losing it. I have friends who keep on working even though they have plenty. I know people who have millions who are more afraid now than when they were poor. They're terrified
Scared
of
of
losing all
losing
their
that
money.
shit and going broke.
I want to teach you to master the power of money, not be afraid of it. And they don't teach that in school.
Hey,
If you
every
don't learn it,
time,
you can
once
become a
again, this is
slave
one
to
of those,
money.
one of these books, one of my favorite books that I don't know how many times I've read it or listened to it. Every time it's like it's new. I'm listening to it for the first time again. Like I get a different way of thinking. I don't know. It's crazy. That's why you have to reread books. You have to always reread stuff, whether it's a contract, whether it's an article, whether it's a Facebook post. Like, cause I know my eyes will play tricks on me. Like I'll read one thing fast and then I'll reread it again. And it'd be like different words and shit. Like, so I'm like, oh shit, I need to slow down. Like so and reread. Like pay attention. So
It was finally making sense. He did want us to
across a few
widen
books
our
in high
views,
school for my
to see
parents
what
and my
Mrs. Martin could not see,
oh,
his
definitely
employees could not see, or my dad for
share
that
them
matter.
books, my brother.
He used examples that sounded cruel at the time, but I've never forgotten them. My vision widened that day, and I could begin to see the trap that lay ahead for most people. You see, we're all employees, ultimately. We just work at different levels, said Rich Dad. I just want you boys to have a chance to avoid the trap. The trap caused by those two emotions, fear and desire. Use them in your favor, not against you. That's what I want to teach you. I'm not interested in just teaching you to make a pile of money. That won't handle the fear or desire. If you don't first handle fear and desire and you get rich, you'll only be a high-paid slave. So how do we avoid the trap, I asked. The main cause of poverty or financial struggle is fear and ignorance, not the economy or the government or the rich. It's self-inflicted fear and ignorance that keeps people trapped.
You know what's fun? When you made that last comment, you came across a few books in high school. Like, you know what's crazy? I was read like I said, I've always been a reader. But in high school, my senior year to be exact, I was working like half day I would be in school, and then the other half day I worked a job for the school. Like so, every day I would read books, and the lady that I was working with, she would be giving me different books, and it was books like Zane, like it was books like from Bayes, and so it was all like erotica tales book. Like so, nobody ever gave me no books like Rich Dad Poor Dad, because if they had a gave me that at 18, 17, I'd have been a wealthy man by now. But no, like I said, I ain't had no male figures in my life to lead me in the right path. So, millionaire by February in your first year in network marketing. So, is that what you're into, Charles? You into network marketing? I've been approached by a few people who are into that. Like just in Vegas. When I moved out here in Vegas, I don't know how many people like wanted me to be a part of their network marketing. I never did it though. But I would with the book that sounds interesting is like Millionaire by Farrah Gray. I'm aware of who she is. Like network marketing. Like I said, I know a few people who tried to get me. Dr. Khalid Muhammad's son. Who's Dr. Khalid Muhammad's son? Son. General, like, cause I know who Dr. Khalid is, like, but who is his son? Is you his son, or somebody else?
So you boys go to school and get your college degrees. I'll teach you how to stay out of the trap. The pieces of
Oh
the
shit!
puzzle were
I ain't know him that.
My highly
that
educated
well. I
dad
just
had a
was
great
aware of the
education and a
name.
great career, but school never told him how to handle money or his fears. It became clear that I could learn different and important things from two fathers. So you've been talking about the fear of not having money. How does the desire of money affect our thinking? Mike asked.
That's what's up,
How
Charles.
did you feel when I tempted you with a pay raise?
If any, I hate to keep pausing the book, but we're gonna be here a couple hours anyway if everything goes well. If anybody who's into network marketing, been trying to get into network marketing, like reach out to Charles, like, because I know that's all about adding people to your network. So.
Did you notice your desires rising? We nodded our heads. By not giving into your emotions, you were able to delay your reactions and think. That's most important. We will always have emotions of fear and greed. From here on in, it's most important for you to use those emotions to your advantage and for the long term, and not simply let your emotions run you by controlling your thinking. Most people use fear and greed against themselves. That's the start of ignorance. Most people live their lives chasing paychecks, pay raises, and job security because of the emotions of desire and fear, not really questioning where those emotion-driven
I
thoughts
never
are
heard
leading.
of Rishi.
It's just like the picture of
Probably
a donkey
pronouncing it wrong,
dragging a
too.
cart with its owner dangling a carrot just in front of the donkey's nose. The donkey's owner may be going where he wants to go, but the donkey is chasing an illusion. Tomorrow there will only be another carrot for the donkey. You mean the moment I began to picture a new baseball glove, candy, or toys that's like a carrot to a donkey, Mike asked? Yeah. And as you get older, your toys get more expensive. New car, boat, and a big house to impress your friends, said Rich Dad with a smile. Fear pushes you out the door, and desire calls to you, enticing you toward the rocks. That's the trap. So, what's the answer, Mike asked?
Organic mushrooms boost
What?
testosterone. You know what? Money Man is my favorite rapper, and he be showing mushrooms a lot. Organic mushrooms. I never tried them though. I tried mushrooms that make you trip though, but I don't think you're talking about that.
Intensifies fear and desire is ignorance. That's why rich people with lots of money often have more fear the richer they get. Money is the carrot, the illusion. Rich Dad went on to explain that a human's life is a struggle between ignorance and
Make sure
illumination.
y'all drinking y'all
He
water.
explained that once a person stops searching for information and knowledge of oneself, ignorance sets in. That struggle is a moment-to-moment decision to learn to open or close one's mind. Look, school is very, very important. You go to school to learn a skill or a profession so as to be a contributing member of society. Every culture needs teachers, doctors, mechanics, artists, cooks, business people, police officers, firefighters, soldiers. Schools train them so our culture can thrive and flourish, said Rich Dad. Unfortunately for many people, school is the end, not the beginning. What does ignorance have to do with greed and fear, I asked. Because it's ignorance about money that causes so much greed and so much fear.
Yeah,
said Rich
no,
Dad.
I figured it
Let me
wasn't
give
no
some examples.
psychedelics.
A doctor wanting more money to better provide for his family raises his fees. By raising his fees, it makes healthcare more expensive for everyone. Now, it
I'm gonna
hurts the
check
poor
into
people
the
most,
organic
so
mushrooms.
poor
though,
people
for
have
sure.
worse health than those with money. Because the doctors raise their rates, the attorneys raise their rates. Because the attorneys' rates have gone up, school teachers want a raise, which raises our taxes, and on and on and on. Soon there will be such a horrifying gap between the rich and the poor that chaos will break out, and another great civilization will collapse. Great civilizations collapsed when the gap between the haves and the have-nots was too great. America's on the same course, proving once again that history repeats itself, because we do not learn from history. We only memorize historical dates and names, not the lesson.
Facts.
Aren't prices supposed to go up, I asked? Not in an educated society with a well-run government. Prices should actually come down. Of course, that's often only
Why
true
that
in
ain't the
theory.
case in America?
Prices go up because of greed and fear caused by ignorance. If schools taught people about money, there would be more money and lower prices. But schools only focus on teaching people to work for money, not how to harness money's power. But don't we have business schools, Mike asked? Aren't you encouraging me to go to business school for my master's degree? Yes, said Rich Dad. But all too often business schools train employees who are sophisticated bean counters. Heaven forbid a bean counter takes over a business. All they do is look at the numbers, fire people, and kill the business. I know because I hire bean counters. All they think about is cutting costs and raising prices, which causes more problems. Bean counting is important. I wish more people knew it, but it too is not the whole picture, added Rich Dad angrily. So is there an answer? Asked Mike. Yes, said Rich Dad. Learn to use your emotions
Got my
to
water
think,
on sophisticated
not
whistle
think
here.
with your emotions. When you boys
Stage
mastered
with
your
alkaline
emotions,
water.
first by agreeing to work for free,
Awesome customer
I knew there was
service.
hope.
Oh shit, you
When
in
you again
Vegas?
resisted your emotions when I tempted you with more money,
I've never got no water from over there, but I know exactly what you talking about. The streets, I don't know the place though. Stage, $1.50? That ain't bad. I'm gonna have to check that out. There's some alkaline water. I think it's called Waikiki. I'm down with the alkaline.
you are again learning to think in spite of being emotionally charged. That's the first step. Can you tell the difference between emotions thinking and the head thinking, Mike asked? Oh, yes, I hear it all the time, said Rich Dad. I hear things like, well, everyone has to work, or the rich are crooks, or
Yeah.
I'll get another job, I deserve this raise. You
Oh,
can't push
shit.
me around,
Yeah.
or I like this job
That's
because
what's up.
it's
I've been out here
secure.
for a few.
Instead of,
It'll be
is there something I'm missing
4
here?
years.
Which
in
breaks
March.
the emotional thought and gives you time to think clearly. I must admit it was a great lesson to be getting, to know when someone was speaking out of emotions or out of clear thought. It was a lesson that served me well for life, especially when I was the one speaking out of reaction and not from clear thought. As we headed back to the store, Rich Dad explained that the rich really did make money. They did not work for it. He went on to explain that when Mike and I were casting 5-cent pieces out of lead, thinking we were making money, we were very close to thinking the way rich people think. The problem was that it was illegal for us to do it.
But shit, most of the rich
Dad
people,
went
they
on to
do something
explain that
illegal
the
to get
rich
their
know that money
rich
is an
shit. They
illusion.
don't.
Truly like the
What I
carrot for the
was taught,
donkey.
what I
It's
learned
only
in my
on
journey,
fear and greed.
like most rich people, damn near 98% of them didn't take the perfect route to get their riches. Like they did some sneaky shit to get what they got. Me, I'm trying to take the right way. That's why it's taking me a while, and I'm okay with that. But like when I heard that, it made put a lot of things in perspective. Why people got shit quick, why shit didn't last. Like, 'cause karma is real, so shit, and a lot of shit comes to light whenever it's supposed to happen. So I'm on this road to riches, and like shit, it's just been taking me a minute, but we gonna get there.
That the illusion of money is held together by billions of people thinking that money is real. Money is really made up. It was only because of the illusion of confidence and the ignorance of the masses that the house of cards stood standing. In fact, he said, in many ways the donkey's carrot was more valuable than money. As he climbed into his pickup truck outside of his little convenience store, he said, keep working, boys. But the sooner you forget about needing a paycheck, the easier your adult life will be. Keep using your brain. Work for free. And soon your mind will show you ways of making money far beyond what I could ever pay you. You'll begin to see opportunities right in front of you that in the past would have gone unnoticed. Mike and I picked up our things from the store and waved goodbye to Mrs. Martin. We went back to the park, to the same picnic bench, and spent several more hours thinking and talking. We spent the next week at school thinking and talking. For 2 more weeks, we kept thinking and talking and working for free. At the end of the second Saturday, I was again saying goodbye to
That
Mrs.
working
Martin
for
and looking at the comic book stand with a longing gaze. The hard thing about not even getting 30 cents every Saturday
Question:
was that I
if you
didn't
was
have
that
any money to buy
9-year-old
comic
boy,
books.
in an honest answer, because I know somebody gonna lie. If you well, you ain't gonna lie to me. Like you ain't even gotta answer, but internally answer the question honestly. If you was that 9-year-old boy, would you had to kept working for free, or would you had to take that $5 an hour? And this is in the 1950s, and most adults not making that type of money. So would you had to kept working for free, or would you had to took that, or negotiated for more? What would you have to did?
Suddenly, as Mrs. Martin was saying goodbye to Mike and me, I saw something she was doing that I'd never seen her do before. I mean, I'd seen her do it, but I never took notice of it. Mrs. Martin was cutting the front page of the comic book in half. She was keeping the top half of the comic book cover and throwing the rest of the comic book into a large brown cardboard box. When I asked her what she did with the comic books, she said, "I throw them away. I give the top half of the cover back to the comic book distributor for credit when he brings in the new comics. He's coming in an hour." Mike and I waited for an hour. Soon the distributor arrived, and I asked him if we could have the comic books. To which he replied, "You can have them if you work for this store and do not resell them." Our partnership was revived. Mike's mom had a spare room in the basement that no one used. We cleaned it out and began piling hundreds of comic books in that room. Soon our comic book library was open to the public. We hired Mike's younger sister,
I
who
just
loved to
anything.
study,
I
to
love
be
you,
head
and I
librarian.
kiss you in your face.
She charged each child 10 cents
I
admission
just
to the library,
love you. I
which was open from
I
2:30 to 4:30 p.m. every day after school.
I just wanted to
Customers,
look
these
at my
children of the
kids.
neighborhood, could read as many
Bye.
comics as they could in
And
2 hours.
Didi's gonna have some candy.
It was a bargain
I'm
for
gonna
them,
have some
since the
candy.
comic
We'll
cost
be
10
going to
cents
Didi's
each,
house and
and
go
they could
to
read 5 or
bowling
6
in.
in 2 hours. Mike's sister was substituted when they left to make sure they weren't borrowing any comic books. She also kept the books, logging in how many kids showed up each day, who they were, and any comments they might have. Mike and I averaged $9.50 per week over a 3-month period. We paid his sister $1 a week and allowed her to read the comics for free, which she rarely did since she was always studying. Mike and I kept our agreement by working in the store every Saturday and
That's why you
collecting all
have
the
to stay
comic books from the
young-minded.
different stores. We kept
Even
our
though I have
agreements
a
with the
goal to
distributor
make
by not selling any
millions,
comic
at the
books.
same time, like
We
I'm
burned
not
them once
focused
they
on
got
it
too
like
tapped.
that. I'd rather learn.
We tried opening a branch
Study.
office, but we could never quite
Or
find someone as
manifest it when
dedicated
it's
as
time
Mike's
to get
sister
here.
we could trust. At an early age, we found out how hard it was to find good staff. 3 months after the library first opened, a fight broke out in the room. Some bullies from another neighborhood pushed their way in and started. Mike's dad suggested we shut down the business. So our comic book business was shut down and we stopped
Shout out
working
to
on
New
Saturdays at the
Orleans.
convenience store. Anyway, Rich Dad was
I've never
excited
been,
because
but I'm
he had new
supposed to
things he
go, but
wanted
I've
to
never
teach us.
been yet.
He
I'm
was
gonna go.
happy because we'd learned our first lesson so well. We learned to have money work for us. By not getting paid for our work at the store, we were forced to use our imaginations to identify an opportunity to make money. By starting our own business, the comic book library, we were in control of our own finances, not
See, I had
dependent
to
on an
figure out
employer.
like how I was gonna make
The
money.
best
When I
part
first
was
said
that
I
our
wasn't
business
gonna work,
generated money for us, even when
I
we were.
had no type of experience with like hustling, like grinding, none of that. I never sold drugs, none of that shit. Except for like a week when I was a 17-year-old kid. I sold weed for like a week. And the shit just didn't work out. I'm like, fuck this shit. This shit ain't for me. It's too slow. Like, so when I said I wasn't gonna work, like I didn't fucking know how to hustle at all. Like, so that's why in 2019 I went broke because there was no type of hustle. And that's when I started. I mean, I was listening to Nipsey Hussle, but I wasn't applying the information. That's when I started applying the information that Nipsey was talking about. Like, so that's when I started, of course, stepping on my shit. So once that happened, like it, man, I just trained my mind to always work on my behalf. The mind as a baby is pure without corruption. For sure. That's why you got to teach your children not what you learn as a growing up, but what you learning as you grow. From the point your child is born, they should be learning what you're learning at that current moment. And if you ain't learning, then you in the wrong. You shouldn't even be having children.
You
Honestly,
there?
when I had my children, my first 5 kids, or when I had my first, well, yeah, when I had my first 5 kids, I wasn't in shape to be a dad. First of all, like I said, I didn't even have a dad. Like, so I was fucking up for years until like I woke up and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get this shit right, cause I can't lead them down the path that I'm currently on. So when I turned my life around, I made sure they don't go down the path I'm going. They learn everything that they need to learn, and I don't baby my kids. Like little, I mean, well, the 1 year old, you can tell she a boss herself. Like she gonna get what she want. Like that's how I'm grooming my children. Children are in the Garden of Eden, close to God. Exactly. That's true.
Our money worked
And
for
my
us.
kids keep me young, so
Instead
I'm
of
close
paying us
to the
money,
Garden of Eden
Rich
myself.
Dad had given us so much more. Lesson 2. Why teach financial literacy? In 1990, my best friend Mike took over his father's empire and is in fact doing a better job than his dad did. We see each other once or twice a year on the golf course. He and his wife are wealthier than you could imagine. Rich Dad's empire is in great hands, and Mike is now grooming his son to take his place, as his dad groomed us.
See? Yeah,
In
what I just said about
1994, I
grooming my
retired at the
children.
age of 47, and my wife Kim was 37. Retirement does not mean not working. To my wife and me, it means that, barring unforeseen cataclysmic changes, we can work or not work, and our wealth grows automatically, staying way ahead of inflation. I guess it means freedom. The assets are large enough to grow by themselves. It's like planting a tree. You water it for years, and then one day it doesn't need you anymore. Its roots have gone down deep enough. Then the tree provides shade for your enjoyment. Mike chose to run the
It's
empire,
gonna
and
always
I chose
take
to retire.
years. Motherfuckers want shit to
Whenever I
happen
speak to
overnight.
groups of
That's why they
people, they
give
often
up so
ask what
quick.
I
'Cause
would
they're like,
recommend,
oh, it's
or
gonna take
what could
forever.
they do?
Motherfucker, you
How do they
gonna
get...
live the same 5 years, and what you gonna do? Continue to live a life you don't want to live because you don't want to focus on what you truly want in life. You're not gonna focus on what makes you happy in life. Like, so people be having it confused and fucked up, but I'm here to wake their ass up, for real.
started? Is there a good book I'd recommend? What is the secret to success? I simply say to them what my rich dad said back to me when I was a little kid. If you want to be rich, you need to be financially literate. That idea was drummed into my head every time we were together.
This motherfucker lucky.
At
He
that time,
9 years
my
old when he
educated
learned
dad
that
stressed the
recipe.
importance of reading books, while my rich dad stressed the need to
I
master
fucked up
financial
hella
literacy.
bread.
If you're going to build the Empire State Building, the first thing you need to do is dig a deep hole and pour a strong foundation. If you're going to build a home in the suburbs, all you need to do is pour a 6-inch slab of concrete. Most people, in their drive to get rich, are trying to build an Empire State Building on a 6-inch slab. Our school system, having been created in the agrarian age, believes in homes with no foundation dirt floors are still the rage. So kids graduate from school with virtually no financial foundation. One day, sleepless and deep in debt in suburbia, living the American dream, they decide that the answer to their financial problems is to find a way to get rich quick. Construction on a skyscraper begins. It goes up quickly, and soon, instead of the Empire State Building, we have the Leaning Tower of suburbia. The sleepless nights return. As for Mike and me in our adult years, both of our
Oh yeah, I
choices
know
were possible
for sure.
because we were taught to pour a strong financial foundation when we were just kids.
My
No,
kids,
accounting is possibly the most boring subject in the world.
my kids came out as
It also
adults
could be the most
already.
confusing.
Like, so shit.
But if you want to be
motherfuckers
rich,
woke
long term,
before they
it
was
could be the
born
most
and shit.
important subject.
Well, not all. Like
The question is,
I'm just
how
saying.
do you take a boring and confusing
Two I
subject
got
and teach
now,
it to kids?
my two youngest,
The answer
dude. Like
is-
when I was woke,
Make it simple.
like they woke up
My rich dad
automatically.
poured a strong financial foundation for Mike and me. Since we were just kids, he created a simple way to teach us. For years, he only drew pictures and used words. Mike and I understood the simple drawings, the jargon, the movement of money. And then in later years, Rich Dad began adding numbers. Most importantly, you must know the difference between an asset and a liability. And buy assets.
Yeah,
If you
like
want to
you
be
said,
rich,
it ain't just
this
about
is
money.
all you need
People
to
could
know.
be assets in your
It
life.
is rule
They
number
could be
one. It is
detrimental to your success, to your health. If you don't have the right type of people around you, they could be a fucking liability. Like, so I had to learn that lesson a long time, like a couple years ago. Like, the liabilities I had was family. Like, so now I dropped those. Now my liabilities are, I still got a few here and there, but my liabilities don't outweigh my assets, and that's what it's about.
only rule. This may sound absurdly
Got that
simple, but
residual
most people have no idea how
coming in
profound
for
this
sure.
rule is. Most people struggle financially because they do not know the difference between an asset and a liability. Rich people acquire assets. The poor and middle class acquire liabilities, but they think they are assets. When Rich Dad explained this to Mike and me, we thought he was kidding. Here we were nearly teenagers and waiting for the secret to get rich, and this was his answer. It was so simple that we had to stop for a long time to think about it.
Why everybody else don't know this
If it's
thing?
that simple, how come everyone's not rich, I asked. Rich Dad smiled. Because people do not know the difference between an asset and a liability. I remember asking, how can adults be so silly? If it's that simple, if it's that important, why would everyone not want to find out? It took our Rich Dad only a few minutes to explain what assets and
Oh
liabilities
yeah, I'm
were.
already.
To teach
My kids is
preteen
on.
boys, Rich Dad kept everything simple, using as many pictures as possible, as few words as possible, and no numbers for years. My Rich Dad simply drew a vertical box with a line through the middle. The top half was for income,
Metaverse, all of
and the
that.
bottom
shit.
half was for expenses. Then beneath that box, he drew another box horizontally, which he divided
My
into a
kids
left
is gonna
half
be a
for
part of the
assets
generation that rule
and
the
a right
world.
half for liabilities.
Cause I'm gonna be
The
great.
income
By the
statement,
time I exit
often
out this
called a
motherfucker,
profit
I'm
and
gonna
loss
be known
statement,
as great.
measures income and expenses, money in or money out. The second set of boxes
So
is
they
the
ain't got
balance
no
sheet.
choice but to s-
It's called that because it's supposed to
keep,
balance
keep
assets
it going.
against liabilities. That relationship is vital to understand. The primary cause of financial struggle is simply not knowing the difference between an asset and a liability. The cause of the confusion is found in the definition of the two words. If you want a lesson in confusion, simply look up the words asset and liability in the dictionary. So my rich dad simply told two young boys the following. An asset is something that puts money in my pocket. A liability is something that takes money out of my pocket. This is really all you need to know. If you want to be rich, simply spend your life buying assets. If you want to be poor or middle
They
class,
already got
spend
that
your life
power.
buying
They already
liabilities.
realized their power.
It's not knowing the difference that causes most of the financial struggle in the real world. My rich dad then drew 3 arrows on it.
My children know they can heal themselves. Like I teach them the power of their words. I teach them like mainly how to speak well and like how to speak things into existence. So like that work in my behalf, on my behalf, and they work against me because they be wanting a lot of shit. That's why I'm like I gotta make more money because I got 7 kids. So that ain't cheap. I didn't know if I'd have had known it was gonna be like this as I got older in life. I had people guidance. I didn't have guidance. If I had that, my life would look totally different. But what shit, it's supposed to turn out this way.
Diagram. He explained, the arrow represents the flow of cash, or cash flow. In 80% of most families, the financial story is a story of working
I bet
hard
you,
in
I
an effort
bet
to
you
get ahead.
100%.
It's not because they don't make money.
100%. It says 6 people in here right now. 100% is somebody who one person in here ain't supposed to be in here. And what I mean by that, like they would never let me know they watching me. Like they secretly watching me. So I see, I know you here. Don't think you slick. You may not comment, but you definitely here. And if you're not here right now, you gonna show up.
But
I
because
be
they spend their
feeling
lives
people
buying
energy. I don't
liabilities
know.
instead of
They
assets.
may come. They not. They may not even be in here right now. But when this part they watching this part, they'll be in here, and I'll be talking to exactly what. I think they in here right now. What's up, Eric Lewis? It ain't you, is it? You ain't got no fake profile. Nah, but Eric Lewis he be showing up a lot. So you one of the originals. Hey, that's gonna be when we blow up this channel. Like the original people who been in here, gonna be known as the originals. That's my shit now. It used to be a TV show that I fuck with, but that's gonna be my gang, my squad. What y'all think about the originals?
First arrow showed the cash flow pattern of a poor person or a young person still at home. The arrow goes into the income
Who the
box
devil?
from a job or salary.
Yeah, I
It
can't.
then
I ain't
continues
gonna say no
into the
names,
expense
but
box.
I know
Expenses
somebody
include
peeking.
taxes, rent, and everyday living expenses. It flows out the expense box and is gone. The second arrow Rich Dad drew represented the cash flow pattern of a middle-class person. The arrow flows from a job into the income.
Hey y'all, why one of my homeboys who came in the live yesterday, right? Like we had this conversation probably like last month, and it was about like how to get views and like subscribe. No, we had a conversation trying to how to get your watch time hours up, and this is around when I had like probably like 3,000 subscribers. So yesterday, like no, this morning he messaged me on Facebook and was like, "Hey, who is you paying to get your views and your subscribers up?" And I'm like confused, like, what you mean? Who am I paying? Like, I ain't paying nobody. Like, it's all organic. Like that video I made about the 4 million subscribers, like that's organic growth. Like, yeah, I'm not paying nobody. Well, if I paid somebody for 4 million views and over extra 13,000 subscribers, you know how much money I would have to pay for that? Like, insane. Like, the originals, that's a vampire TV show. So I don't know if you're into vampire shows, but it's a pretty good show. And it's about New Orleans. They originated in New Orleans. So if you haven't checked the originals out, it's a reason I said that. Exactly. And they know I'm protected. Everybody who's against me or who's not supposed to be watching me or like hiding secretly or got some type of animosity, they know I'm protected. Y'all know what's crazy? Who was in here when I did the 23-hour live and I talked about my brother? I just need one person to say they was in here when I did that 23-hour live and I talked about my brother. Something happened in my brother's life. The next day, he was at Walmart recording a video, and when he was leaving Walmart, some guy pulled a gun on him. Almost. Like, Tasha, you was here and you heard me when I heard the gunshot, and I like, protect my brother. Like, the next day, somebody pulled a gun on my brother, like at Walmart. They had the ski mask and all, and he had on all his jewelry. Luckily, he had his assistant behind him who had his strap, but it didn't go that far. But he ended up making a Instagram story saying like how somebody pulled a gun out. It's like, shout out to Tasha for hitting that like button. But I meant like I had heard a gunshot outside my window, and at the same time I was having a thought about my brother. So I put two and two together, and I said, "Ancestors, spirit guides, guardian angels, go protect my brother." Like so. For that situation to happen, and I caught it on live, but yet the 23-hour live ain't posted on YouTube yet because it's a long thing. Like so, once it get posted, on YouTube it will, for everybody can see. Like if you go to the part where I'm talking about my brother, you will hear. I don't know if the live heard the gunshot, but I mentioned it. So, hey, everything happened for a reason.
It then flows into the liabilities box. Most middle-class people acquire many liabilities.
It's gonna
Such
be
as
a lot
mortgage,
of stuff
car
like this
loan,
caught
and
on
credit card
camera.
debt.
It's gonna be a lot of things
From the
that I
liability,
say on here or I said in the past lives that's gonna manifest, like something gonna happen in the future, and it's gonna be like, oh shit, he said that. Like, cause I know like the type of power I got. I know the type of gifts I got. Like I be seeing this shit happen where I be talking, then the book will say exactly what I just said. Like so, and it don't be because I listened to the book previously. It's like nah, I know the type of power I have. Oh, I stay in the house. Like, and honestly, if it came down for like to try to, I'm too spiritually protected. Like, when it's my time to go, it's my time to go. Ain't no telling how I'm gonna go. Like that's the thing. But I ain't afraid. Like that's the whole thing. I'm not afraid to die. Like shit. I'm gonna be happy as fuck when I go. Now, if a motherfucker did it maliciously and tried to get me out of here before my time, oh, I'm gonna hunt their ass, and not just them, like just anybody who had any type of animosity before I go to the stars, before I go to the wherever the fuck I'm go after I'm out of here. Like I'm gonna make sure some people feel my presence. Like there was a time you brought your bro up and his subscribers, and then one of his subscribers. Exactly. That was just one of the times, and I'm like, yes, thank gosh I had it on camera. So I should have been doing YouTube a minute ago, constantly every day, because things like that happen all the time. Now it's being caught on camera, like so people know I'm not lying. People, you could tell I'm the truth. I tell the truth. Like, cause if I was over here lying, I'll be manifesting motherfucking dinosaurs and motherfucking whatever the fuck else there is. Like so, let's get back to this book.
box, it flows to the expense box, where the monthly payments are made for the liabilities, as well as taxes and living expenses. From there, it flows out the expense box and is gone. The third arrow is a pattern of a wealthy person. This arrow simply flows from the asset box into the income box. The cash flow is not generated by a job or salary, but by assets. Remember, assets are things that put money in your pocket. Additionally, the rich have few expenses and liabilities, or if they do, those liabilities are more than covered by their assets. Examples such as these are oversimplified. Everyone has living expenses, the need for food, shelter, and clothing. The diagrams Rich Dad drew show the flow of cash through a poor, middle class, or wealthy person's life. It's the cash flow that tells the story. It's the story of how a person handles their money, what they do after they get the money in their hand. I cringe whenever I hear people ask me how to get rich quicker, or how do they start. I often hear, I'm in debt, so I need to make more money. But more money will often not solve the problem. In fact, it may actually accelerate the problem. Money often makes obvious our tragic human
Motherfuckers who
flaws.
hit the lottery.
Money often puts a spotlight on what we
Put
do
them
not know.
way in deeper debt once they
That's why, all too
ran
often,
through.
a person who comes into a sudden windfall of cash, let's say an inheritance, a pay raise, or lottery winnings, soon returns to the same
Bruh,
financial mess,
what the fuck?
if not worse than the mess they were in before they received the money.
But that's like easy.
Money
Like
only
that's some slight
accentuates
stuff. That
the
you can
cash
know.
flow
You know
pattern
who's
running
about
in
to
your
say
head.
that.
If your pattern is to spend everything you get, most likely an increase in cash will just result in an increase in spending. Thus the saying,
That's how it
a fool
is.
and his money
My
is one
thoughts,
big
I'll
party.
hear the thought and I'll say it like before it's said. Like it's, I don't know. It's crazy. Like we all have gifts. It ain't just me. Like we all got different certain type of gifts that most people are not willing to say anything about. It's like we're the X-Men. We're the mutants. Nobody wants to be known as a mutant because of what they try to do. They try to do science on them, try to kill them, try to tear them down, talk about them. Like so me, like I understand like my power. Like y'all know I've been doing this for like some years now, like but I'm just now getting on camera with it. Like so I've been here, I've been talking about this stuff, but now it's like the world can see it. And I can't be ashamed of like my gifts. Like most people be like don't understand their gifts. Think since they have religious backgrounds, they think like most of their gifts is of like some demon devil worshiping type shit, but it's not. That shit is natural. We all have crazy gifts. Like, mm. If you watch the movies like X-Men and like, I mean, people ain't shooting laser out their eyes, but people got fucking gifts. Like most women, like they'll dream of they nigga cheating on them while he's cheating them, and like it's true. Like that's a gift right there. Like they just using it for a fucked up reason, but they can have different dreams of other shit, but it's mainly around a relationship because that's what a person focuses on. Like so, when my focus is on learning and evolving and growing mentally and spiritually, like shit, I'm gonna always gain a new type of gift. Like who knows what would be next? What I can do.
Because students leave school without financial skills, millions of educated people pursue their profession successfully, but later find themselves struggling financially. They work harder but don't get ahead. What's missing from their education is not how to make money, but how to spend money.
I know. Like
What to
most
do
people in
after
here
you
is the
make it.
same way. That's
It's
why you
called
here.
financial aptitude. What to do
Energy
with the money
attracts
once you
energy.
make it, how to keep people from taking it from you, how long you keep it, and how hard that money works for you. Most people cannot tell why they struggle financially because they don't understand cash flow. A person can be highly educated, professionally successful, and financially illiterate.
Hey,
These people often work
that's
harder than they need to.
why I ride solo. That's why I don't have a circle of people. Cause you always got somebody that's envious, jealous, want to betray you like Brutus did Caesar, or like Judas did Jesus. Like you always got somebody in the circle that betrays you. So I don't trust nobody. Technically, like I don't trust nobody. I just truly trust myself. Like, but once again, I'm not putting that fear thought into reality. Like somebody gonna try to betray me. So, okay.
Because they learn how to work hard, but not how to have their money work
You
for
know what I
them.
realized though?
The
Nah,
moving picture show
ain't
of
something I
hardworking
realized.
people
That was a false
has a
thought.
set pattern. Recently married, the happy, highly educated young couple move in together in one of their cramped rented apartments. Immediately they realize that they're saving money because two can live as cheaply as one. The problem is, the apartment is cramped. They decide to save money to buy their dream home so they can have kids. They now have two incomes, and they begin to focus on their careers. Their incomes begin to increase. As their incomes go up, their expenses go up as well. So there is little or no money to flow into the asset box. This means the only income they get comes from their jobs. The number one expense for most people is taxes. Many people think it's income tax, but for most Americans, their highest tax is Social Security. As an employee, it appears as if the Social Security tax, combined with the Medicare tax rate, is roughly 7.5%. But it's really 15%, since the employer must match the Social Security amount. In essence, it is money the employer cannot pay you. On top of that, you still have to pay income tax on the amount deducted from your wages for Social Security tax. Income you never received because it went directly to Social Security through withholding. Then their liabilities go up. This is best demonstrated by going back to the young couple. As a result of their incomes going up, they decide to go out and buy the house of their dreams. Once in their house, they have a new tax, called property tax. And they buy a new car, new furniture, and new appliances.
You know what I'm thankful for as being a veteran. Like in Vegas, I don't have to pay property taxes. I don't have to pay vehicle registration taxes. So like, I'm good. I'm good.
To match their new house. All of a sudden, they wake up, and their liabilities column is full of mortgage debt and credit card debt. They're now trapped in the rat race. A child comes along. They work harder. The process repeats itself. More money and higher taxes, also called bracket creep. A credit card comes in the mail. They use it. It maxes out. A loan company calls and says their greatest asset, their home, has appreciated in value. The company offers a bill consolidation loan because their credit is so good and tells them the intelligent thing to do is clear off the high-interest consumer debt by paying off their credit card. And besides, interest on their home is a tax deduction. They go for it and pay off those high-interest credit cards. They breathe a sigh of relief. Their credit cards are paid off. They've now folded their consumer debt into their home mortgage. Their payments go down because they extend their debt over 30 years. It is the smart thing to do. Their neighbor calls to invite them to go shopping. The Memorial Day sale is on. A chance to save some money. They say to themselves, I won't buy anything, I'll just go look. But just in case they find something, they tuck that clean credit card inside their wallet. I run into this young couple all the time. Their names change, but their financial dilemma is
Hey,
the
everything
same.
happened for a reason, my brother.
They come to one of my talks to hear what I have to say. They ask me, can you tell us how to make more money?
And that's not to say you can't
Their
buy some
spending
land in the
habits have
future.
caused them to seek more income.
You still can do that.
They don't even know that the trouble is really how they choose to spend the money they do have. And that is the real cause of their financial struggle. It's caused by financial illiteracy and not understanding the difference between an asset and a liability. More money seldom solves someone's money problems. Intelligence solves problems. There's a saying a friend of mine says over and over to people in debt. If you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. The poor and middle class all too often allow the power of money to control them. By simply getting up and working harder, failing to ask themselves if what they do makes sense, they shoot themselves in the foot as they leave for work every morning. By not fully understanding money, the vast majority of people allow the awesome power of money to control them. The power of money is used against them. By the time Mike and I were 16 years old, we began to have problems in school. We were not bad kids. We just began to separate from the crowd. We worked for Mike's dad after school and on the weekends. Mike and I often spent hours after work just sitting at a table with his dad while he held meetings with his bankers, attorneys, accountants, brokers, investors, managers, and
See,
employees.
I already know my kids'
We learned more
friends
sitting
is
at his
gonna want to
meetings
be around me to
than we
learn
did
how to
all
get
our years
rich.
of school.
Like, I already know.
College included. Mike's dad was not school educated, but he was financially educated and successful as a result. He used to tell us over and over again, an intelligent person hires people who are more intelligent
Shit,
than they
we
are.
gonna be.
So Mike and I have the
I don't know,
benefit
my
of
kid
spending
might be in
hours
private
listening
school.
to and in the process learning from
It's a-
intelligent people.
People
But
always
because of
got an
this,
issue,
both
like
Mike and I
the woke black people, the real conscious. They're like, why would you send your kid to a private school where the teachers is white? You should homeschool your kids. That's what they say. But at the same time, I'm doing this what's best for me. Like, yeah, you may do that. That may work for you. But what works best for me is like what I think is best. Like, so I don't take nobody's, even though nobody ain't said it, or somebody probably thought it. But yeah, I'm planning on putting my kids in private school. Not all of them, but like the two youngest, because the school that I want to put them into, it focuses on their strengths. It focuses on their gifts. Like, so why wouldn't I focus on, like, try to put them into something like that before I try to homeschool? Like, because that's been on my mind too. Like, homeschool. Here's over 400 tax write-offs for a business. I wonder how much can we. The same. It don't matter if it's a home-based business or not. Like, you will still get those same benefits. Like, for real. Like, because if a business is a business, you probably can't get every single last one of them because some of them are more detailed, like for different businesses. So, but like, you should probably be able to get a lot of those. Just got to make sure when you file your business taxes is with the right somebody who knows how to file their taxes. And it ain't you're not messing up. But I'm a business owner, so when I pay taxes, I try to pay
This could not
the
go
lowest
along with the
amount I
standard
can.
dogma that our teachers preached. Occasionally, Mike or I would ask our teachers how what we studied was applicable, or we asked why we never studied money and how it worked. To the latter question, we often got the answer that money was not important, that if we excelled in our education, money would follow. The more we knew about the power of money, the more distant we grew from the teachers and our classmates. My highly educated dad never pressured me about my grades. I often wondered why.
If
But we
y'all
did
think
begin to
doing this
argue
book
about
club
money.
is a great idea,
By the time I was
make sure you
16,
share this video.
I probably had a
That's
far
all
better
I ask
foundation
you.
with
Just
money than
share
both
the
my
video
mom and
to
dad.
where more people can
I could keep
who
books.
they may be
I
interested in
listened to
these
tax
books too.
accountants,
Like,
corporate
you
attorneys,
don't want to be selfish.
bankers,
You the
real
only
estate
person who
brokers,
got
investors, and
like
so forth.
know about this
My
dope
dad
channel.
talked to
Like, shit,
teachers.
you should share it too.
One day, my dad was telling me why our home was his greatest investment. A not too pleasant argument took place when I showed him why I thought a house was not a good investment. The argument illustrated the difference in perception between my rich dad and my poor dad when it came to their homes. Poor dad thought his house was an asset and listed it in the asset box. And the rich dad thought it was a liability and put his home in the liability box. I remember when I drew a diagram for my dad showing him the direction of cash flow. I also showed him the ancillary expenses that went along with owning the home. A bigger home meant bigger expenses, and the cash flow kept going out through the expense column. Today, I am still challenged on the idea of a house not being an asset. And I know that for many people, it's their dream as well as their largest investment. And owning your own home is better than nothing. I simply offer an alternate way of looking at this popular dogma. My wife and I would love a bigger, more flashy house to impress the Joneses, but we know it is not an asset. It's a liability since it takes money out of our pocket. So here's the argument I put forth. I really do not expect most people to agree with it because a nice home is an emotional thing. And when it comes to money, high emotions tend to lower financial intelligence. When it comes to houses, I point
Here's the thing about money. It always has to be spent. So you'd rather your money be spent on something you gonna like not truly like idolize or cherish or something you cherish. Like most people buy shit and they don't use the things they buy. Like you'll probably use it once and forget about it. So if you're buying what you truly love and you're happy about that purchase, that's all that matters. And once again, the money is like made to be spent because you don't want to just save all your money and then die and then let some ungrateful motherfucker spend your hard on earned cash. So my whole thing is like to be a what is the philanthropist because I want to give away a lot of things to like charitable organizations that not only I create or that other dope ideas like and I also want to spend for my lifestyle not to impress nobody because I don't give a fuck about the Joneses like shit at the end of the day I want to feel comfortable like when I lay my head.
most people work all their lives paying for a home they never own. In other words, most people buy a new
Hey,
house
if there's a
every
way
so
to do
many
it, do
years,
it.
each time incurring a new 30-year loan to pay off the previous one. Even though people receive a tax deduction for interest on mortgage payments, they pay for all their other expenses with after-tax dollars, even after they pay off their mortgage. Then there are property taxes. My wife's parents were shocked when the property taxes on their home went to $1,000 a month. This was after they'd retired. So the increase put a strain on their retirement budget,
Listen,
and they felt forced to move.
I ain't even telling what you
Also,
talking about on that.
houses do not always go up in value. I still have friends who owe $1 million for a home that will today sell for only $700,000. Finally, the greatest losses of all are those from missed opportunities. If all your money is tied up in your house, you may be forced to work harder because your money continues blowing out of the expense column instead of adding to the
Hey,
asset
y'all should
column.
donate to the channel so I
The
can
classic
purchase a better
middle-class
chair.
cash flow pattern.
so I can
If
reinvest
a young
into this
couple would
channel.
put
Like,
more money into their asset
that's what my
column early
business is
on,
about. Like, that's
their
Nipsey always taught me. Like, all money in. Like, so with any money I get, I'm trying to reinvest in myself. Like, so, yeah. Until I get monetized, like, shit, I'm doing this all off the strength of like, mm, that's the goal. Like, knowing I'm gonna get monetized soon. Like, so. But before then, like, shit, this is a hustle. This is a fucking job. This is my job. So, hey, hit that cash app. I know y'all got them taxes. Don't hold out. Don't be one of them people who want to be selfish. Nah, just play. But hey, sometimes you gotta just ask and open your mouth, and you shall receive.
their years would get easier, especially as they prepared to send their children to college. Their assets would have grown and would be available to help cover expenses.
Shit, I gotta
All
practice
too
saying
often,
that so when
a house
thousands
only
of
serves as
people
a
are
vehicle
in
for
here, like I may not get nothing today, but I know when thousands or like shit millions of people is in my life, like I gotta get comfortable with just saying what I just said. That was the first time I said, "Hey, donate to the channel," like because I never want to say that. Like, but for me to say that today, like I'm like, because I know it's gonna be hundreds of thousands of people in my life, so if I say that, at least a few people. If it's 1,000 people and 100 people donate to the channel, like yo, and I'm on here every single day. Like that's money right there. That's a hustle right there. I don't have to do nothing illegal. Like literally, like I'm trying to get paid off this month too, the best way I can. Like so, when it's 100,000 people in here, and I say that, and 1,000 people donate what, $10, $5, bro, every single day. That's how. Don't church people do it? Like, don't the pastors do it? Shit, they always, hey, offering. We need to fix the church. Got to keep the lights on. Like, all these other reasons. So I'm like, shit, fuck it. Stop. Put your pride to the side, Kenneth. Put your pride to the side.
a home equity loan to pay for mounting expenses. In summary, the end result
I
in
expect
making a
people to be
decision
walking
to
out
own
at
a
this
house that
time
is
like,
too
yeah,
expensive
it's my time to
in
go.
lieu of starting an investment portfolio early on impacts an individual in at least the following three ways. Number one, loss of time, during which other assets could have grown in value. Number two, loss of additional capital, which could have been invested instead of paying for high maintenance expenses related directly to the home. Number three, loss of education. Too often people count their house, savings, and retirement plan as all they have in their asset column. Because they have no money to invest, they simply do not invest. This costs them investment experience. Most never become what the investment world calls a sophisticated investor. And the best investments are usually first sold to sophisticated investors, who then turn around and sell them to the people playing it safe. My educated dad's personal financial statement best demonstrates the life of someone in the rat race. His expenses seem to always keep up with his income, never allowing him to invest in assets. As a result, his liabilities, such as his mortgage and credit card debts, are larger than his assets. My rich dad's personal financial statement, on the other hand, reflects the results of a life dedicated to investing and minimizing liabilities. His assets greatly exceed his liabilities. A review of my rich dad's financial statement is why the rich get richer. The asset column generates more than enough income to cover expenses, with the balance reinvested into the asset column. The asset column continues to grow, and therefore, the income it produces grows with it. The result being, the rich get richer. The middle class finds itself in a constant state of financial struggle. Their primary income is through wages. And as their wages
Nigga, I'm like,
increase,
this nigga turned
so
into
do
a
their
begging ass
taxes.
motherfucker.
Their expenses tend to increase in equal increments as their wages increase. Hence the phrase, the rat race. They treat their home as
Ain't
their
y'all trying to
primary
escape the
asset
rat race? Don't
instead
y'all
of
wish y'all can do
investing in
this?
income-producing
And I'm giving y'all the
assets.
great idea.
Remember,
Like, so y'all
the
can
most
do it y'all
important
self.
rule is to know the difference between an asset
Fuck that. There's
and a
millions of
liability.
people on fucking YouTube
Once you
getting
understand the
paid.
difference, Concentrate your efforts on only buying income-generating assets. That's the best way to get started on a path to becoming rich. Keep doing that, and your asset column will grow. Focus on keeping liabilities and expenses down. This will make more money available to continue pouring into the asset column. This pattern of treating your home as an investment, and the philosophy that a pay raise means you can buy a larger home or spend more, is the foundation of today's debt-ridden society. This process of increased spending throws families into greater debt and into more financial uncertainty, even though they may be advancing in their jobs and receiving pay raises on a regular basis. This is high-risk living caused by weak financial education. As an employee who's also a homeowner, your working efforts are generally as follows. You work for someone else. Most people, working for a paycheck, are making the owner or the shareholders richer. Your efforts and success will help provide for the owner's success and retirement. Next, you work for the government. The government takes its share from your paycheck before you even see it. By working harder, you simply increase the amount of taxes taken by the government. Most people work from January to May
I never was a hard
just
worker on
for
my
the
job.
government. And finally, you work for the bank. After taxes,
Exactly.
your next largest expense is usually
Biggest
your mortgage
YouTubers
and
on this motherfucker ask for support. Like shit. What you think charity is? How do you think the charities get they income, the funds? They have to ask for that money. Can't be ashamed to say, hey, ask for something. Shit, I know as this mug grow and get bigger and bigger, like I know if people invest in me, like they get blessings from that. Like anybody who's ever invested in me, they life got way better. But it's the people who talk about me and talk negative, think negative about me. Those the ones whose lives be like going the wrong way and like shit, bad shit be happening to them. Like no lie, I'm that protected. Like where you can't even think negative about me. Like, cause my ancestors slap your ass. Like it's that simple. You gonna feel it too. You gonna be like, damn. You probably don't even realize it came from me, or not me,
hard
but
debt.
like shit, somebody that was
The
with me.
problem with simply working harder is that each of these three levels takes a greater share of your increased efforts. You need to learn how to have your increased efforts benefit you and your family directly. Once you've decided to concentrate on minding your own business, how do you set your goals? For most people, they must keep their profession and rely on their wages to fund their acquisition of assets. As their assets grow, how do they measure the extent of their success? When does someone realize that they are rich, that they have wealth? As well as having my own definitions for assets and liabilities, I also have my own definition for wealth. Actually, I borrowed it from a man named Buckminster Fuller. Some people call him a quack, and others call him a living genius. Years ago, he got all the
Shit, you
architects
probably call me a
buzzing
quack.
because he applied for a patent in 1961 for something called a geodesic dome. But in the application, Fuller also said something about wealth. It was pretty confusing at first, but after reading it for a while, it began to make some sense.
That's why I have to
Wealth
reread things.
is a person's ability to survive so many number of days forward. Or, if I stopped working today, how long could I survive? Unlike net worth, the difference between your assets and liabilities, which is often filled with a person's expensive junk and opinions of what things are worth, this definition creates the possibility for developing a truly accurate measurement. I could now measure and really know where I was in terms of my goal to become financially independent. Although net worth often includes these non-cash producing assets like stuff you bought that now sits in your garage, wealth measures how much money your money is making, and therefore your financial survivability. Wealth is the measure of the cash flow from the asset column compared with the expense column.
I
Let's
wonder
use an
which one
example.
of these books is gonna like
Let's
just
say I
get
have a
like
cash
take
flow
off.
from my asset
Because
column
I
of
know one of them
$1,000 a
is.
month,
I know when you
and I
do
have
something
monthly expenses of
repeatedly,
$2,000.
over and over and over, like things tend to happen. Like that's how I got like one video now is at 2 million, the other one is at like 1.1 million. Well, a million, probably not at 1.1, but in 90 days. Like, so I understand. Like, shit, if I post lives, books every day, one of the mugs is gonna go viral. Like, so imagine a fucking million people watching a fucking 4 hour live. Like, so
It's my wealth. Let's go back to Buckminster Fuller's definition. Using his definition, how many days forward can I survive? And let's assume a 30-day month. By that definition, I have enough cash flow for half a month. When I have achieved $2,000 a month cash flow from my assets, then I will be wealthy. I now have income generated from assets each month that fully covers my monthly expenses. If I want to increase my expenses, I first must increase my cash flow from assets to maintain this level of wealth. Take notice that it's at this point that I am no longer dependent on my wages. I have focused on and been successful in building an asset column that's made me financially independent. If I quit my job today, I would be able to cover my monthly expenses with the cash flow from my assets. My next goal would be to have the excess cash flow from my assets reinvested into the asset column. The more money that goes into my asset column, the more my asset column grows. The more my assets grow, the more my cash flow grows. And as long as I keep my expenses less than the cash flow from these assets, I will grow richer, with more and more income from sources other than my physical labor. As this reinvestment continues, I am well on my way to being rich. The actual definition of rich is in the eye of the beholder. You can never be too rich. Just remember this simple observation. The rich buy assets, the poor only have expenses. The middle class buys liabilities they think are assets. So how do I start minding my own business? What's the answer? Listen to the founder of McDonald's.
shit, is that chair a fucking
Lesson 3.
liability? Probably
Mind
so.
your own business.
Probably could sit here for a minute,
In
few
1974,
minutes.
Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's,
I mean, not
was
a
asked to
minute,
speak
but
at
I
the
can
MBA
hold
class
on
at
to
the
this
University
chair
of
for a minute.
Texas at Austin. A dear friend of mine, Keith Cunningham, was a student in that MBA class. After a powerful and inspiring talk, the class adjourned. And the students asked Ray if he would join them at their favorite hangout to have a few beers. Ray graciously accepted. "What business am I in?" Ray asked, once the group had all their beers in hand. Everyone laughed, said Keith. Most of the MBA students thought Ray was just fooling around. No one answered, so Ray asked the question again. "What business do you think I'm in?" The students laughed again. And finally, one brave soul yelled out, "Ray, who in the world does not know that you're in the hamburger business?" Ray chuckled. "That's what I thought you'd say." He paused, and then
Did y'all
quickly
see
said,
that
"Ladies and gentlemen,
McDonald's
I'm not
movie?
in the hamburger business. My business is real estate." McDonald's
I know
today
exactly
is the
what he
largest
talking
single
about.
owner of
When
real
I
estate.
first listened to this book, I didn't know who the fuck Ray was. I didn't know he was talking about McDonald's. Every month I invest 50% of my money into Bitcoin and Ethereum. Hey, shout out to you for doing that. But make sure you don't put. I wouldn't say put 50. Like I'd say put 25. Yeah, put 25 and some other things, and then put 25 and some other things, and then like hold 25 for yourself. Or you can hold half for yourself. But you usually got bills, so that's gonna be like I don't know your income, but if you putting stacking 50 cent, if you stacking 50% every month, bro, I salute you on that, cause I ain't got to that point in my life, like, but I know I'll be putting things in different areas and spots. Like I bought my first NFT. I bought was the marathon uh, Crenshaw NFT. Like so, I only paid like $66 for that. And people, as soon as they bought it, they started reselling it, and they were like doubling their money. I'm like, oh shit, this is the power of NFT. That's how I learned truly about NFTs when I bought Nipsey Hussle's NFT. So I'm like, oh shit, that's like I could have easily just resold what I have bought and made triple my money. Like so, I don't. Oh, that's the thing. Shout out to you for not having no kids, but hey, I've been having kids since I was 19. I'm about to be 32 in like 2 weeks. So, hey, it's just been part of my journey, and that's what it's been helping me like go extra hard because I gotta make way more money off the back of my kids are growing every single day. Like they getting older, so they want different shit. Like so,
In the world, owning even more than the Catholic Church.
I gotta go
Today,
to fucking
McDonald's owns some of the most valuable intersections in.
Hey, by the time if you can stack by the end, oh yeah, you gonna be a wealthy man. But I gotta fucking go get my son for spring break in March. So that's gonna cost a stack. Like so I got always have to spend money on my kids, so I gotta do something. I gotta make something. If you gonna donate to the kids. Like shit, I should delete that last message and say, hey, if you gonna donate to the children. Shit, y'all want me to bring these motherfuckers in and start singing? Why my kids do that? Like I got 3 kids that have been living with their mom for like 7 years after me and her broke up, right? So when they first came out here, it was around Christmas time, and I let them walk the dog. I came out looking for them because they was gone for a minute, and like when I found them, they had money in their hand. I'm like, where y'all get this from? And they were like, we was singing Christmas carols to the neighbors. I'm knocking on people's door, asking to take their trash out. I'm like, what in the fuck are y'all doing? Like, that's some poor shit. Like to be, I told them that too. I'm like, this some poor shit. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that ain't some shit you're supposed to be doing. Like knocking on, but they had money too. But here's the thing: the majority of them had spent their money. Only one that had money was my daughter Kanisha. So I'm like, you see how you did that extra work just to spend it on ice cream that you had at home? Like, so I'm like, ain't no point in doing that. Like, that's you don't know what these people is thinking when you knocking on their door, and I damn sure don't want them to let them know that they my kids that's doing that. So I'm like, I had to make sure that like they couldn't go outside for a month before I let, because I couldn't trust their ass, but they got the picture now. But still, when they came from Georgia, were living with their mom, they was nothing like how I raised Athena, Angel, and Naya. If you see Athena, that's the one who comes in here light skinned with the gap. The one that's the one who my family said wasn't my daughter because she was super light skinned. But my wife is light skinned and her dad is lighter than that and he like 6 feet 4. Like but when she came like her teeth started showing and it showed our gap, like they had no choice. Like they I don't even think they apologized. Like but I don't give a fuck. But still, like that's how fucking racist black people can be. Like that's another fucking thing. Like people think white people racist, black people can be racist within their family. The the mom could be light skinned and the grandma could be dark skinned and then like growing up in slavery times if a kid was light skinned or a person was light skinned they was considered a fucking mulatto and they got to work in a house slave and then you had the people who worked outside was those type of slaves. So it was always a disconnect and it was always jealousy because one person got treated better. So over time, like that's still within black families. Like that's still how it goes. Like not I'm trying to break that from my like that generation curse because it happened within my family. So like let me read some of these comments. That's hilarious. The Christmas exactly. Yeah, they poison us. Definitely been poisoned, my brother. Like shit, but I fucking stopped taking that shit. I realized what it was. I'm like, oh shit, they was really killing me slow. Demons.
corners in America, as well as in other parts of the world. Keith said it was one of the most important lessons in his life. Today, Keith owns car washes, but his business is the real estate under those car washes.
And people would say like
The
it
previous
was like the
chapter-
majority of like the white people who did that caused that type of shit. But low key, you know where they got it from? I said this in like the other live, right? Like, and I hope my internet don't start tripping right now. But I said the Moors is the one who started slavery. Like, and I didn't go expand too much on that statement, but it was the black people who came from Egypt, the the uh, the ancient Egyptians who went to Spain and conquered Spain, conquered a bunch of other European continents and made them slaves. And not only just made them slaves, but they gave certain individuals the knowledge we had. So when the they finally kicked the Moors out of Spain, what you think happened? They wanted revenge. So shit, they started conquering fucking Egypt, not just Egypt, but Africa, and they started selling them into slavery because they learned slavery from the Moors. The Moors are the people with all the knowledge, like with the secret knowledge, and they gave it to white people. So that's why the white people have these books that we be reading, like from 1920s and the 1800s, because the Moors gave them that information. So I ain't gonna say the Moors is bad people, good people. I don't know. I'm not a Moor, even though my middle name is L, and people think I'm like a Moor. I'm not, but I do respect them because obviously they did the right thing. Because if you had to gave black people the information, what they would have lost it. Like we do with everything else we get, we lose stuff. We don't want to read shit. So they gave the information to the white people. So when it came time for us black people to start waking up, we had to start reading the shit because they the ones who did right with it. They documented the information. That's why they explored the tombs and stuff. That's why they confiscated the treasures, because it was the Moors who told them about everything. Like, so it's crazy, right?
With a statement illustrating that most people work for everyone but themselves. They work first for the owners of the company, then for the government through taxes, and finally for the bank that owns their mortgage. As a young boy, we did not have a McDonald's nearby. Yet my rich dad was responsible for teaching Mike and me the same lesson that Ray Kroc talked about at the University of Texas. It is secret number 3 of the rich. The secret is mind your own business. Financial struggle is often directly the result of people working all their life for someone else. Many people will have nothing at the end of their working days. Our current educational system focuses on preparing today's youth to get good jobs by developing scholastic skills. Their lives will revolve around their wages, or, as described earlier, their income column. And after developing scholastic skills, they go on to higher levels of schooling to enhance their professional abilities. They study to become engineers, scientists, cooks, police officers, artists, writers, and so on. These professional skills allow them to enter the workforce and work for money. There's a big difference between your profession and your business. Often I ask people, what's your business? And they will say, oh, I'm a banker. Then I ask them if they own the bank. And they
Nope.
usually respond, no, I work there. In that
Ain't your
instance,
motherfucking
they confuse their
business.
profession with their business. Their profession may be a banker, but they still need their own business. Ray Kroc was clear on the difference between his profession and his business. His profession was always the same. He was a salesman. At one time, he sold mixers for milkshakes.
Y'all gotta
And soon
watch
thereafter,
that
he was selling
McDonald's
hamburger
movie
franchise.
if you haven't seen it.
But
That's a
while his
dope movie.
profession was selling
It
hamburger
took me
franchises,
years to watch it
his
too.
business was
Like,
the
it took
accumulation.
it took me years until I kept seeing that movie everywhere. So I'm like, let me watch it, and I'm like, oh shit, I should have been watched this, because I would have got ideas just from off being a businessman. Like, so even though I'm not in the restaurant business, like it still gave a lot of game. Like you said, like he said, that was his profession. His business was real estate. Like, so That's how he conquered. Like he ended up taking over. Like Ray, the dude who's known for McDonald's, is not the one who started McDonald's. He conquered the two dudes who had the idea. You don't even know who their name is. Like so, like well, of course you know McDonald's, but they couldn't even use their own name once he took over because he owned the land which McDonald's was over. So I'm kind of telling the story, but I'm not because it's a lot of shit within the details. So if you haven't seen, I forgot the name of it, but it's probably like Founder or something. But it's the McDonald's movie. Like that movie, crazy, crazy.
Of income producing real estate. To become financially secure, a person needs to mind their own business. Your business
I
revolves
told my
around your
kids when they
asset
first got
column,
here, they're like,
as
mind your
opposed to your income
business,
column.
like, cause
As
you don't
stated
need to
earlier, the
be
number one
worried
rule
about what I'm
is to know
doing.
the difference between
You
an
shouldn't be
asset
worrying about what
and
your
a
siblings
liability.
doing. If
And
y'all
to
all minding y'all own business, like really had a 5 minute, probably 10 minute discussion about minding y'all they own business, like, cause I understand the importance. Like, shit, if you ain't minding your own business, then obviously your life ain't going in the right direction. You obviously not in control of your life if you minding somebody else's business. If you worried about what somebody else got going on, I can understand if it's your family, it's your kids, but if it's anything outside of that, your focus should be on your goals and yourself, mainly yourself. Like it should be mainly on fixing you. Like you shouldn't be worrying about what's on TV, the movies, none of that. You should be focused on how can I better myself. How could, cause you know, if anybody in here, you know, there's one thing in your life that you know you gotta fix, and you could like go to the next level, but you're slacking on that. Like when you focus on fixing that one thing, like it's gonna become a habit into like you trying to fix everything about you because that's what happened to me. Like once I fixed like my not speaking up for myself, guess what? It was another thing I had to fix it, and then it was another thing I had to fix. Then I had to fix getting over my gap. Like I got over like just smiling in 2019, but I still wasn't comfortable to get on camera till now. Like so I'm still like overcoming different like things about me like that's been holding me back. Like I still haven't written a book. Like so I have to work on that. I mean, I did. I wrote my meditation book. Like so I finally got that out the way, but I still haven't wrote like my book. Like my true book. I don't even cuz I still haven't came up with the title. Honestly, I think it is Positive Minds Only. Since that's my brand, I think the book is gonna be called Positive Minds Only. So I'm just, I don't know, speak my mind. But I haven't started it yet. That's the crazy part about it. So,
Assets. The rich focus on their asset columns while everyone else focuses on their income statements. That's why we hear so often, I need a raise. If only I had a promotion. I'm going back to school to get more training so I can get a better job. I'm going to work overtime. Maybe I can get a second job. I'm quitting in 2 weeks. I found a job that pays more. In some circles, these are sensible ideas. Yet if you listen to Ray Kroc, you're still not minding your own business. These ideas all still focus on the income column and will only help a person become more financially secure if the additional money is used to purchase income-generating assets. The primary reason the majority of the poor and middle class are fiscally conservative, which means I can't afford to take risks, is that they have no financial foundation. They have to cling to their jobs. They have to play it safe. When downsizing became the in thing to do, millions of workers found out that their largest so-called asset, their home, was eating them alive. Their asset, called a house, still cost them money every month. Their car, another asset, was eating them alive. The golf clubs in the garage that cost $1,000 were not worth $1,000 anymore. Without job security, they had nothing to fall back on. What they thought were assets could not help them survive in the time of financial crisis. So many people have put themselves in deep financial trouble when they run short of income. To raise cash, they sell their assets. First, their personal assets can generally be sold for only a fraction of the value that's listed in their personal balance sheet. Or if there's a gain on the sale of
Honestly,
the
I need to
assets,
start going to the
they're
library.
taxed on the gain.
Like, I need.
So again, the government takes it.
My bad for not listening to the book. Like, I was in my deep thought thinking, like, I need to start going to a physical library. Like, people, like, to your statement in general, I'm gonna start calling you the general. Like, when you said they gave us poison to drink, they also gave us, like, they also got books. We always have books in our neighborhood. We all always have books in the schools. We always had libraries around, but nobody was ever in that mug. Like, nobody in my neighborhood in Gary, Indiana, thought it was cool to go to the library unless it was to get on the internet on the computers. Other than that, I was the only person who would like to go to the library. Like, so yeah, they gave us poison by TV, radio, all this other fuck shit. Like, but they also gave us access to books. But you know what they did do? I think they created the term fucking black people don't read. Like, I think they created that, and that became a statement that caught on, and black people just are like, oh, it's easier not to read. It's easier not to pick up a book, like, especially when that mug is thick. Like, so, yes, laziness kicked in, especially when they didn't want. I mean, it was basically a sin to read books when you was a slave. Like, so they stopped black people from reading off that. Like, so it's all designed from them like doing that. But you got people who read. Like, you got people who you can listen audiobooks. Come on, like, if you black, if you don't like to read, you can listen to an audiobook. It's that simple. Like, and that's why I'm creating this. So, like, shit, not only are you listen to a book, you can hear somebody talk, and like, hey, you keep the conversation going.
Share of the gain, thus reducing the amount available to help them out of debt. That's why I say someone's net worth is often worth less than they think. Start minding your own business. Keep your daytime job, but start buying real assets, not liabilities or
I
personal
never
effects
kept my
that have no real
daytime
value
job.
once you get them home.
I said,
A
fuck
new
that.
car
I'll
loses
leave that
nearly
as a
25% of the
distraction.
price you pay for it the moment you drive it off the lot. It's not a true asset, even if your banker lets you list it as one. My $400 new titanium driver was worth $150 the moment I teed off. For adults, keep your expenses low, reduce your liabilities, and diligently build a base of solid assets. For young people who have not yet left home, it's important for parents to teach them the difference between an asset and a liability. Get them to start building a
Definitely
solid
teach my
asset
kids that
column
too.
before they leave home, get married, buy a house, have kids, then get stuck in a risky
The only
financial
person who got
position,
it though was my
clinging to a
stepdaughter.
job and
Like,
buying
I
everything
don't
on
even.
credit.
That's not even my stepdaughter.
I see so many
It's
young couples who
crazy.
get
Like, my daughter Naya, like, she's my wife's daughter, but she's more of my daughter. Like, well, I mean, besides KJ, Naya. I mean, besides KJ, Dana, and Gigi. Like, she's more of my daughter than like the other three that was living with their mom because they was raised by her. Like, and she's a church person. Like, and she's a person who works from 9 to 5. Like, so when they came here, like, Naya, it showed, like, you know what made my daughter, I mean, Naya, my daughter, like, because at first we had a cool relationship, but I was kind of strict on her because I wanted her to be successful. Like, for one thing, like, I wanted her to know, like, hey, you're not about to be in this house and just slack off and, like, not be successful. So she was here with me as I went on my spiritual awakening, and she heard everything that was planned if she wasn't at school. Like, so my TV, like, she was always soaking up game. Like, so by the time they came, we moved where we at now. I went up to her school for a conference, and the teacher was just telling me about her. And what's crazy is me and Naya had a conversation. She was like, uh, have your teacher ever told you? No, she had said something about how her teacher had like gave her a good compliment, and I'm like, my teacher told me like he wish he had a whole class full of me. So when I went to her class, her teacher said the same thing to me. So I'm like, oh my god, like, and then like she was talking about how she speaks well and stuff. So I'm like, dang, like my stepdaughter is more of my daughter than like my other three children that have been like in Georgia in the South, the deep South. They wasn't in Atlanta, like they was in like the places you don't even know about. Like so, I'm like I gotta get my other kids up to speed because it's looking like I'm favoriting my Naya for the simple fact like she's more like me. She think like me. She acts like me. Like it's crazy. Like you and she has a gap. Like so, it's like she's my daughter, but she's damn near getting taller than me. She'll be my daughter and I would be taller than me by the time her birthday come April 14th, and that's the same day as my sister's birthday. Like so, it's like Naya's really my real daughter. It's probably not by blood, like, but I'm her real dad. You can't even say nothing about like you couldn't even tell her like I wasn't her dad. Like so, it's it's funny. Your kids pick up everything, even if they're not your kids. If they watch you repeatedly, like they're picking up your habits. You can't tell a kid what to do. You can't. You only thing you can do is show them. And most people have bad habits, so the kids pick up those bad habits. So I try to make sure what I'm doing is good enough so my kids can go out into the world and they can be presentable and not just act any type of way or look any type of way. Like so, like I said, I got a lot of work to do with my three kids that just came here. But if I was able to do change myself, like it'd be way easier for me to do with my kids. But the way I was raised was getting whooping, ass whooping. So I know that's not the way today. Like so, it's like yeah. Sometimes I'm like, Gigi, should I go back to them ways? Like, should I go back to whooping? Like, but I'll be trying to come up with new ways now. Like if they're making too much noise while I'm on live, I'll make them come sit in here and listen to a book. Like, cause they hate that, and then you ain't heard not one kid except for my daughter Angel come to the door. Like they've been quiet because they don't want to come in here. Like so, I'm like, oh snaps, nothing else was working except for that. So I'm gonna just start making them come in here and just listen to books off the strength of like that's what helped my mindset. And they're still young, like 11 and 11, 9, 7, 10, what, 4 and 1. Like, so if I start bringing my kids in here, it's not because I'm trying to make this no friendly kid channel. It's like they going to be sitting in the background just hearing it. Like, because, hey, I need to get them up to speed. Can't have no child left behind, like Obama
And
said.
trap themselves into a lifestyle that will not let them get out of debt for most of their working years. For most people, just as the last child leaves home, the parents realize they have not adequately prepared for retirement and they begin to scramble to put some money away. Then their own parents become ill and they find themselves with new responsibilities. So, what kind of assets am I suggesting that you or your children acquire? In my world, real assets fall into several different categories. First, businesses that do not require my presence.
Yo, Matic
I own
Messiah,
them,
you back
but they're
again.
managed or run by other people.
Shout out to
If
you
I
for
have to
coming
work
through
there,
once again, my
it's not a
brother.
business. It becomes my job.
Make sure you hit that like button if you
Then
haven't already.
come categories
Probably
such as
did.
stocks, bonds, mutual funds, income-generating real estate, notes or IOUs, royalties from
I know you
intellectual
usually
property
come
such
through
as
the live
music,
like after
script.
I had got off, after I get off, like so. But I see you leaving comments, so I know you always come through. Like so, yeah. Finally got me live. I mean, you've been here live a few times, but I've seen a few times you
Patents.
comment on
And
some
finally,
other
anything
ones.
else that has value,
Shout out to you
produces
for always
income,
coming through,
or
supporting,
appreciates and has a
helping me
ready
get my
market.
watch time hours up,
As a
helping
young
me
boy,
get monetized.
my
Because
educated dad.
even though like there's not money coming through yet, like y'all helping me getting to my goal, like watching these lives. So that's why I be on this motherfucker for hours. Because if it's 5 people watching it for 3 hours, that's 15 hours. I do that a day, like I'll be monetized less than a year. Like so, if I steady grind, which I'm always on YouTube, like, and I'm always listening to books. If I just combine that, which I did, like I can make money off what I've been doing for the past 4 years. Like appreciate your knowledge. Hey, I appreciate you for just coming through, my brother. Like just hearing me out. Like that's what all you be needing in life is somebody to hear you out. Some people just hold it in. Don't say how they feel. Don't say what's how they think, or they say truly say how they think when they just talk. You can hear how a person thinks. That's why I stay away from people because how they communicate lets me know their level of knowledge. You woke one love, brother. Hey, I never heard that term like you woke. But if you anybody who know who Bobby Hemmett is, check out Bobby Hemmett. Like I'm always give like if I learn some game, like I learned from Bobby Hemmett. I learned from a guy named Brother Panic, Daylight. He's a battle rapper, but if you listen to his lives, he gives like the deepest game. Like when I first heard him in 2018, I was hearing some stuff like, wait, what? And he was talking about the Bible and Jesus, and it was like this was around a time where I had left the church, but I didn't leave Christianity. Like I was still considered a Christian, but when he started explaining things into detail, and it made perfect sense. I'm like, oh, that's why I've been trying to get away from church because the message wasn't resonating no more. Like so, Daylight was one of the first black people on my journey, like who helped bring me to like help waking me up. It was like when Neo woke up, he had different trainings and different teachers and shit. I had Napoleon Hill, Earl Nightingale. Uh, it's a late white old lady named Dolores Cannon. It's a guy named Bob Proctor who just passed away recently, and then there was the black people, Daylight, Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, and then there's some other people. C. Freeman L. I watched a few of his videos. Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I watched a few of his videos. I watched a few Farrakhan videos. I watched a bunch of shit trying to just evolve my mindset. Shit, but I study everything, and I studied the past. I studied the future. I studied like I don't study the ocean. I never tapped into the ocean, but I studied the skies. The what's the terms? I forgot space. I don't know how I forgot the term space. Like what the fuck? Just look up. It's right there. But astrology, numerology, I study a lot. I can't. I'm not a master of none of those, but I am a thinker. Like so, I think about some shit too.
Encouraged me to find a safe job. My rich dad, on the other hand,
I use my
encouraged me
mind
to
to
begin
fucking
acquiring
figure
assets
shit
that
out,
I love.
everything out. So and
If
that
you don't
always
love
works.
it, you won't take care of it. I collect real estate simply because I love buildings and land. I love shopping for them. I can look at them all day long.
Real messenger since
When problems arise, the problems are not so bad that it changes my love
he
for
got
real
some
estate.
game. I ain't gonna
For
lie,
people
he
who
got some game. But I'm not in the Nation of Islam, and it took me a minute to listen to him for the simple fact I grew up as a Christian, so he was considered like don't listen to him, like that he's not sharing the same message, like so. And he was calling people white devils for a minute, and I'm like, I like white people. White people cool to me, like so. But once I just started listening to him speak, I'm like, oh shit, I see. I share a couple of his videos on my page, and like he got some game. Like shit, we probably can. Nah, I got copyrighted for listening to one of his. I mean, for posting one of his videos, so I don't think we could listen to one of his interviews. He talked about UFO and probably I never knew he talked about UFOs, but I knew he got games just off what I heard. Like, so I'm whatever knowledge is out there, best believe like I be trying to seek it. Like I've tapped into gematria, like that's about numbers and like shit how everything is connected through that. How sports is basically rigged. I don't want to. I said that like because I don't want like my shit. It's this dude who he talking about that shit all the time. He got his channel deleted like 7 times. I don't know. It's probably more than that, but that's just the number that popped up in my head. But for the simple fact, like he be giving the game and his shit be on point, and I'm like, shit, I be tapping into anything like that could expand my mind. Like, so I went down the rabbit hole on conspiracy theories just to get an understanding for myself, not to think like nobody, but to learn for myself, see why you think like that, why you act like that, like, and the only way you can learn is by experiencing it or like studying it. So shit, there's a lot of books out there. Why not? Shit, I didn't listen to this guy named Alan Watts. It's another guy, a Mason, uh, who lived in the early 1900s, who got some game. Occultists, like people don't want to tap into the like metaphysics, occult knowledge. That's people don't understand. Occult just means the hidden knowledge, like the Illuminati. That's black people shit. Like so, when you say woke, yeah, I'm more. I like the term enlightened. Like your angels be watching over you, bro. Usually people tell to me, but I can never see it clearly. But I see it on you now. Exactly. Most people like tell me that as well. Or I mean, I ain't gonna say most people because they can't truly see. Most of the time I interact with people, but people do mention that. But it's been times where I've been recording on my camera and I've been seeing like orbs just flying around me, and they wouldn't be there in person. So like, I'm like, dang, like I understand like energy and I understand like angels and how they move, like so. That's why I'm like I'm the way I am. That's why like I'm so open and I'm so free because I'm not scared of death. I don't give a fuck. If you kill me, I'm only free. You're only freeing me. You can't trap me. Like even if I was to go to jail, that's peace. Like if I'll try to be in solitary confinement for the simple fact I'll stick to meditating. I'll be in another motherfucking universe, like 24/7. I ain't even gotta worry about eating. I don't even like to eat like that. Like so, you can't trap me. Like especially that I don't want to be killed because I want to live my life out. Like to see my grandchildren, to see them, my great grandchildren, and that's where they're probably trying to attack me by killing off other people and let me not speak that shit because I know every time I speak something into like every time I say it, the shit fucking happens. So I gotta be careful what I say. So scratch that. Like, but everybody is protected. That's what I speak. That's what I speak into existence. My whole family is protected. Children, brothers, sister, grandma, mama. Even if I don't fuck with certain people, like angels protect them. Like y'all who's in this chat, angels protect you. Oh yeah, when I mentioned like what happened to my brother, my wife went out the other night, and when she came back home, she told me how one person got shot, or she said one person got killed, or one person shot and 13 injured. Like so, I had mentioned in the same live like protect my whole family. Like so, like I said, I know my words is powerful. I know how shit works. God, I'm from Chicago, bro. I believe everything you're saying. I don't see no cap on you for real. Hey, I'm from Gary, Indiana, so not even 30 minutes away from like the South Side of Chicago. Like, it was in 2007, 2007. I was a junior, going to be a junior in high school. I used to go to Chicago every single day. And then to find out it turned out the way it did when Chief Keef came out in 2012, I'm like, oh shit, I could have been had my life took away, snatched away, just off the strength of looking like somebody. Like so, Chicago is a place you really don't want to be. Oh, wait, you heard of what did you tell me? Yeah, I'm from there. Like, I wasn't born there. I was born in Atlanta, but I'm from Gary. Like, from 3 years old to by the time I was 18 and went to the military. I was raised in Gary. Like so. Now I'm in Vegas, so I had to expand and move out, like to like just evolve who I was. Like so, I moved to Vegas because both of my brothers was here, and then I had an auntie out here. Like so, I had family out here that I was trying to be closer to my brothers, honestly. Like, and I seen how they was doing well in life. Like so, I'm like, man, if they got successful in Vegas, I can get successful in Vegas. So, and I had learned about the law of attraction right before I moved. Like, so I had made it a goal. Like, shit, no matter what, we leave in Indiana. Like, so once we left here, Indiana, we only had our car and whatever was in there. And we came there. My brother let me live in his guest house for 8 months. Once I left there, was on my own, and that was in 2018. And ever since then, I just been elevating and elevating and growing and growing. Like shit. Vegas was the best place for me, like spiritually. I don't know what it's about, but I do know what it's I do know what it is. It's the fucking energy. It's the desert. In my past life, in two of my past lives, one I was Robert Johnson. That was the last one, and one of them I was a pharaoh named Amenhotep. I never tell people this. I never said it, but I was a pharaoh named Amenhotep the third. So when I moved to Vegas and I started learning about my past life, things started coming together, right? So and when I was Robert Johnson, I would go to a place called Memphis all the time. Well, I mean I said place like Memphis, like y'all don't know what the fuck it is. Yeah, I would go to a place. I mean, I would go to Memphis all the time because I had family out there. There's a place in Egypt called Memphis, Egypt. Once I moved here, there's a pyramid called the Luxor. It's a hotel, and it's in the middle of the desert. Like so, it all matched up with my past lives for the one where I was in Egypt, where I was building the fucking statues and shit and ruling the fucking lands. Like, and it brought me back to my past life with my last life, Robert Johnson. So I got a few other past lives, but I don't really be telling people because they were like, wait, what? So I'm trying to like, you know how it is like give milk instead of like steak, just because I ain't trying to run nobody off yet. Like so, hey,
Real estate, they shouldn't buy it. I love stocks of small
Vegas is the
companies,
place to be though.
especially startups. The reason is
Thank
that
you
I
for
am an
that,
entrepreneur, not a
Matic
corporate
Messiah.
person.
For sure. God bless you
In
on
my
your
early
journey as
years,
well.
I worked
To
in
the
large
plans.
organizations such as Standard Oil of California, the U.S. Marine
It
Corps,
wasn't always
and
like that.
Xerox Corporation.
Hey, you made it mention the Marines. I was like, but it wasn't always like that. Like, but it was a point in time, like in 2018, when I first started learning about enlightenment. I'm like, I'm trying to get to that level, and like at first, like the way they was talking about, they was like, it's hard to get there spiritually, like to be enlightened. So I'm like, man, like is it this around the same time I'm like, I don't want to work no job. So when I wasn't working, like I was always able to pay my bills. Like so that was never the issue. Like that was always luck on my behalf, like not having to pay worry about my bills. Like so what I did with all my time, I studied all type of knowledge. Whatever like anything I name, I watched that all day every single day. And then I was having experiences in life. Like I was noticing I was having different gifts. Like and I was just keep evolving like mentally. I felt like I was having like every few months I felt like I was having a death and I was reawakening or like you know how the phoenix is? Like the phoenix arise from the ashes. Like it was like that. Like I'm the phoenix that arose from the ashes. I keep fucking like having new depths and like emerging like even more better or evolve more like so I understand the power of like focusing on self and like trying to evolve and grow. That's another reason why I started this because that's what got me to like having this mindset reading books constantly like so I'm now giving my secret to y'all. Like, so whoever shows up, if you're doing that every day for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, imagine where your mind is going to take you, how much you going to evolve. So that's how I'm like doing my spiritual work. I'm giving my secret to success is basically through books and like experiencing through life because you got to experience it. You can't just read something and not learn that lesson physically. Like, so I've been tested over and over and guess what, I kept pushing even if I failed once like I kept going like trying again like so you can't get why you think I wear this like I wear a lot of Nipsey Hustle shit and you know it's real because oh other side what he say that tag gonna say that marathon then it's a knockoff like I'm very like I'm he inspired me like tremendously like so Blessing brother, that's what Nipsey Hussle said. You gotta pass down exactly like he passed down the blueprint. So I'd be a fool like to hold that for myself because I did that in my past lives, especially the last one. I will be a blues man and I would go to the club, and when people was staring at me like how I was playing, like looking at my fingers, I would turn my back to them and start playing. Or sometimes I just up and leave. Like, so I was so secretive about everything, and that's why people say I sold my soul to the devil to fucking get fame and to play the guitar, because I was so secretive about how I learned it. I wasn't I wasn't trying to tell nobody. I wasn't trying to have other people being in competition with me and outshining me, and they taking the bread, because this is the 1920s and the 30s. Like, you know how hard it was to come by money in that. Like, so I understood, like, first, I'm not gonna work in no fucking field. Like, that's how I am today. I'm not gonna work a 9 to 5. It's the same thing. Like, I'm gonna chase my dreams. But now I'm not focusing on music. I'm not trying to be famous. I was trying to be famous back then. I was super arrogant back then. Now that's not the case. Like, I'm more humble. I'm more like calm, but yet still me. No way they don't like your success. Exactly. They're not gonna like my success at all. And I experienced that. That was one
I
of the
enjoyed
things
my
I
time with those
overcame, like not
organizations and
giving a
have
fuck
fond
if
memories.
people
But
don't
I
like
know
my
deep
success or
down,
not, even if
I'm
they
not a
family.
company man. I like starting companies, not running them. So my stock buys are usually of small companies, and sometimes I even start the company and take it public. Fortunes are made in new stock issues, and I
See,
love
that's
the
what I
game.
want to end up doing, like
Many people are
taking,
afraid
like
of small cap companies
creating something and
and
then
call them
like
risky,
handing
and they
it off.
are. But risk
'Cause
is
I know
always
how the
diminished
stock market
if you
works. I
love
know
what the
how that
investment is,
game is.
understand it, and know the game. For years, even while I was with the Marine Corps and Xerox,
Didn't he? I said I know how that game is, and he said the same like game, and then he mentioned the Marines. Like, that's how I know I'm aligned. Like, and as I continue to listen to books like this and other different books, because I don't want to just limit it to like one type of book or one set of books. Like, more of that gonna happen. Like, I'm telling you, it's natural for that to happen. Like, where I'm on a line where I'm saying it, and the same thing is being said was on YouTube or whatever we listening to. Like, so you can get on that level too if you're not already on that or if you haven't got there. Because I'm pretty sure there's people in this life that have experienced that. Being sent, cutting on the radio and it's playing what you was thinking. Or you're saying something and the exact same word, like you say the exact same word at the same time. Like, that don't just happen to me. It just happened to me a lot. Like, so. And I'm aware of that, and like that's focusing on myself, building up myself has led me to like to that gift. Like, so.
I did what my rich dad recommended. I kept my daytime job, but I still minded my own business. I was active in my asset column. I traded real estate and small stocks. Rich Dad always stressed the importance of financial literacy. The better I was at understanding the accounting and cash management, the better I would be at analyzing investments and eventually starting and building my own company. I would not encourage anyone to start a company unless they really want to. Knowing what I know about running a company, I would not wish that task on anyone. There are times when people cannot find employment, where starting a company is a solution for them.
If you notice, I
The
never
odds are
tell
against
people, "Hey, go
success.
start your own business," like, cause that shit is not fucking easy. Like, it was years before I fucking seen a dime, and it was years before, like, cause I've been investing in myself for the longest, and it was years before I like seen like profit. So if that shit is not for everybody, that's why I just tell people, if you love your job, then stay there. Like, do that. Do it to the best. Maybe you can become the president of the company, but most people don't look that far. Be an investor. Invest in real estate. You don't have to have money to invest in real estate or to get into the real estate. Like, there's other things you can do to get rich and wealthy. He mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier about like Web 3.0 being the future. It is. If you study that now, if you take your time, the extra time you got now to study things like the Web 3.0, metaverse, like all of that blockchain, crypto, or get your kids on it, like, you'll be prepared for the future. Like, Nipsey Hussle was on that heavy Bitcoin, or he was on that early. Like, so I could just imagine. Nah, I could, really can't imagine what his portfolio looked like, or what his, like, the income he truly made. Like, that's how I just know, like, what he did. I know it worked, cause the things he was talking about in his interviews, and not just his music. Like, so you gotta utilize the information. You gotta put it into fucking action. You can't just listen to it. I can't just listen to these books and not fucking access. I mean, utilize that information and not put it into work, or like just let it go in one ear out the other. Like, so.
9 out of 10 companies fail in 5 years.
You said, would I
Of
ever
those that
create my
survive
own
the first
company?
5
I
years,
did. Positive Minds Only is a real company. Like, so it started with the podcast. Then I became a life coach. I became a licensed life coach, and that's when I started, like, Positive Minds Only LLC. But it was because I thought I was gonna be life coaching, like, on the daily. Like, but that did it. I still do uh help people, like, through life coaching, but I that's not my focus. But even as YouTube, like, this is my business, this is my brand. Like, it's more than just a business, it's a brand as well. So until that trailer came along, check my head. Wait, which trailer? I forgot what we was talking about. That's oh, you said trader. Which trader? Who was we talking about? How much do you charge for a live coach? It depends on, like, the timing. Like, so 30 minutes, probably I say 50 an hour, $100 an hour. Like, so, and it's just me, like, oh, facts, definitely. But Nipsey always said it in his music. Like, it'll be one of his own people that took him out. Like, so he was a prophet. I knew he seen, like, what I be talking about and how my life is. Like, I know he experienced those same things. So before he died, I'm pretty sure he was feeling something. Like, I just know. Like, so we all have to go one way. Like, we all gotta go out. Like, so I learned through his music, Nipsey Hussle, like, he kind of did, like, do some stuff in his life that, like, would result in the end of, like, being gunned down. Like, so he had a past, like, and he'd tell you, like, in his dreams it was only nightmares. Like, so I listen between the lines. I mean, I read between the lines. How can we wake up the world like us? You can't, because everybody have to wake up on their own. Like, so unfortunately I tried that. But it did work. I did wake up a few people. But what I was at first, what I was doing was, like, I was trying to debate religious people. I was attacking religious people, but that wasn't working. Like, that didn't work. What worked was just me posting, like, just different, like, quotes and like, my podcast. I wasn't consistent as I am on my podcast. Like, if I was this consistent doing my podcast, I probably would have been blew that up. But I wasn't. I was super lazy with that. I was super, like, I did it probably like 4 times out the month. But that's how I started waking people up, when I created Positive Minds Only. Like, because more people who was tapped into already listening to podcasts, they was listening to me. So, like, all it took was to me to get on camera. Like, and now I'm going to wake more people up through this book club, because at first they're going to just think it's a book. They don't know who I am. They don't know what it's about. But when they click on it and then they hear it, it's going to be like, oh shit, I need to sit here and learn something. Like, so, and I'm learning as I'm on here, because I'm listening to these books. Like, so we all in class, basically.
9 out of every 10 of those eventually fail as well. So only if you really have the desire to own your own company do I recommend it. Otherwise, keep your daytime job and mind your own business. When I say mind your own business, I mean to build and keep your asset column strong. Once a dollar goes into it, never let it come out. Think of it this way. Once a dollar goes into your asset column, it becomes your employee. The best thing about money is that it works 24 hours a day and can work for generations. Keep your daytime job Be a great, hardworking employee, but keep building that asset column. As your cash flow grows, you can buy some luxuries. An important distinction is that rich people buy luxuries last, while the poor and middle class tend to buy luxuries first. The poor and middle class often buy luxury items such as big houses, diamonds, furs, jewelry, or boats because they want to look rich. They look rich, but in reality they just get deeper in debt on credit. The old money people, the long-term rich, built their asset column first. Then the income generated from the asset column bought their luxuries. The poor and middle class buy luxuries with their own sweat, blood, and children's inheritance. A true luxury is a reward for investing in and developing a real asset. For example, when my wife and I had extra money coming from our apartment houses, she went out and bought her Mercedes. It didn't take any extra work or risk on her part because the apartment house bought the car.
Why you say shaking my head?
She did, however, have to wait for it for 4 years while the real estate investment portfolio grew and finally began throwing off enough extra cash flow to pay for the car. But the luxury, the Mercedes, was a true reward because she had proved she knew how to grow her asset column. That car now means a lot more to her than simply another pretty car. It means she used her financial intelligence to afford it. What most people do is they impulsively go out and buy a new car or some other luxury on credit. They may feel bored and just want a new toy. Buying a luxury on credit often causes a person to sooner or later actually resent that luxury because the debt on the luxury becomes a financial burden. After you've taken the time and invested in and built your own business, you're now ready to add the magic touch, the biggest secret of the rich. The secret that puts the rich
I
way
figured
ahead
you
of
was
the pack.
listening when you did
The
the ear.
reward at the end of the road for diligently taking the time to mind your own business. Lesson 4. The history of taxes and the power of corporations. I remember in school being told the story of
This
Robin
book
Hood
could
was
humble
married to-
somebody who think they rich.
My school teacher thought it was a wonderful story of a romantic hero, a Kevin Costner type, who robbed from the rich and gave to the poor. My rich dad did not see Robin Hood as a hero. He called Robin Hood a crook. Robin Hood may be long gone,
That
but
is a fact.
his
General.
followers live on. How often I still hear people say, "Why don't the rich pay for it?" Or, "The rich should pay more in taxes and give it to the poor." It's this idea of Robin Hood, or taking from the rich to give to the poor, that has caused the most pain for the poor and the middle class. The reason the middle class is so
They ain't
heavily
gonna give
taxed
y'all
is
shit.
because of the Robin Hood ideal. The real reality is that the rich are not taxed. It's the middle class who pays for the poor, especially the educated upper income middle class. Again,
When I mentioned
to
that story
understand
about being in
fully
the
how
middle
people-
class, yes, the rich don't get taxed because they know how to file taxes. They know how every expense they have, like they know how to file it as a tax write-off. Like so, I shared a video a couple weeks ago about Walk Flocka, and he was just saying how to protect your funds. Like, you don't think that like that's what I'm working towards, like doing, like, cause I be like when I file taxes as a business owner, like I'm not trying to file, like I'm not trying to pay nothing. Like I don't care. Like I'm not. I don't- Yes, I live in society. Yes, I care about the less, but overall, do you think I'm trying to pay any taxes? No, I'm not.
happen, we need to look at the historical perspective. We need to look at the history of taxes.
So
Although
the
my
only
highly
people who
educated
paying
dad was
taxes
an
is
expert
the
on the
middle
history of
class.
education,
That's why they so stressed out because they get no help from the government. Like, and then you gotta pay for a kid. Like, you don't get. Poor people are so privileged. Food stamps, Medicaid. Like, so when your kid gets sick, you can easily take them to the hospital, not get charged. Daycare is cheap. Like, but middle class, they don't get none of that shit. Like, and if they working, you better hope like your benefits is good enough. Like, cause it ain't like your taxes. You make it if Middle class people make six figures. Like so, you getting taxed over a year. I don't know what 30%, 20%. You are paying for the poor people. Cause the rich, wealthy people, they are making sure they pay nothing. Like no money is unless it's what they want. Like that's why they give to charities. Cause most of the time they got something like to do with that charity. Like so, you can't get mad at them for like trying to like protect their money. Cause if you had money and you was rich and wealthy, what would you do? Like so, me, I know I would be a philanthropist, but it's not like I'm gonna just be giving it to my whole hood. I'll be buying I'll be buying land in my hood. I'll be capitalizing, not capitalizing, but like I understand the game of Monopoly. It took me a while, but I finally understood the game of Monopoly. Like the person who usually go first and gets around the table, like they the one who start owning everything. And once you own everything, every time a person land on it, they gotta pay. Like so, like I understand the like just owning the property for the simple fact when people come to it, like whether it's rentals, houses, like flipping houses, like restaurants. People have to eat. People have to sleep. Like people have to wear clothes. Like so, why wouldn't I like create or be in that lane? The moment that have nots get some money, they spend it because they don't learn how. They don't learn financial literacy. Most of the time, when they get it, it's quick. Like they ain't got they haven't even experienced like the stages of getting some money. Like so, me, I went from 10, 20, like it was just like in increments. So when I finally reached to my million, you know how many lessons I done learned about money and the experience I've had about money. Like so when I finally get it, I know exactly what to do with it. But the moment I get some money, I invest it. And that's the good thing. Like that's but you just can't invest it all in one spot. Like that's the only thing. Like diverse your portfolio. Like that's the only thing. So, and as the fucking market crash, don't panic. Just buy more. Especially when you in it for the long run. Most people want to get rich overnight. So when they get in the stock market and they start getting into options and puts, like they be making money at first because of course beginner's luck. But over time, if you truly haven't learned the stock market, which take years, years, you gonna bound to lose it. And I learned that lesson early when I was only investing thousands. So now I'm like, oh shit, I'm not gonna focus on options and puts because I'm not trying to get rich overnight. I'm gonna focus on long term investing, whether it's crypto, whether it's like buying land in motherfucking metaverse. Like it's all about longevity. Like I'm expecting to live my life a long life. Like so, I know like shit. Real estate is one way to hold money. Like shit, gold is another way to hold money. Like shit, I like I said, I done lost thousands in the stock trying to just make a quick 10,000 and like shit. So I ain't gonna say I learned all my lessons, but I learned a few lessons. Thoughts on Ukraine? I heard they want to end capitalism. I haven't really focused on that off the whole thing of minding my own business. Like so, I know like Russia invaded Ukraine, and me being in the military, I know if I was in the military, I'll be hating life right now. But I don't know. I actually knew that this war was gonna come in, but I didn't know it was gonna be like Russia or in Ukraine. I thought it was probably gonna be like something that America was gonna be like directly involved with, but it's not. Like, but I do see America getting involved with it because they've been trying to go to war with Russia for a minute. Like, it's been tensions for years. So Donald Trump, which most people hated, like he the one who was like holding shit together. Like he was really the glue. Like yeah, he said some fucked up shit, but we all say fucked up shit behind closed doors. Like people be trying to fucking judge people with a platform or someone with a status, yet you got fucking skeletons in your closet that you. That's why you ain't trying to be famous. You don't want people to know what you got going on, because you'll be embarrassed. So me not giving a fuck what people think, like gives me the confidence to being on camera. Like so, and I'm not afraid to like stand on what I believe. So it ain't gonna be able to be people to come against me, or thousands of people me stand down. Like nah, I'm gonna still stay my beliefs. Alright, we'll smoke weed. It's facts. See, like if I was to go into politics, like I'd be fighting for weed to legalize it
My
everywhere.
rich dad fashioned himself as an expert on the history of taxes. Rich dad explained to Mike and me that in England and America originally, there were no taxes. Occasionally, there were temporary taxes levied in order to pay for wars. The king or the president would put the word out and ask everyone to chip in. Taxes were levied in Britain for the fight against Napoleon from
You learn
1799
about
to
taxes now.
1816.
What the fuck?
And in
What
America,
I was just talking
taxes
about
were levied to pay
taxes
for the
now.
Civil War from
I mean, but
1861
they probably
to
was talking about taxes before I
1865.
started talking to you. So
In 1874, England made income tax a permanent levy on its citizens. In 1913, an income tax became permanent in the United States with the adoption of the 16th Amendment to the Constitution. What these historical dates fail to reveal is that both of these taxes were initially levied against only the rich. It was this point that Rich Dad wanted Mike and me to understand. He explained that the idea of taxes was made popular and accepted by the majority by telling the poor and the middle class that taxes were created only to punish the rich. This is how the
look how that
masses
shit
voted
turned
for the
out.
law, and it became constitutionally legal. Although it was intended to punish the rich, in reality it wound up punishing the very people who voted for it, the poor and the middle class.
Cause they was voting
Once
with ill
government got a taste of
intentions.
money, the
You got
appetite
ill
grew,
intentions.
said
That
Rich
shit
Dad.
is always gonna backfire.
Your dad and I are exactly opposite. He's a government bureaucrat, and I'm a capitalist. We get paid, and our success is measured on opposite behaviors. He gets paid to spend money and
David
hire
said, but
people.
I'm a capital. I ain't
The
gonna
more he
claim the
spends and the
title
more
of
people he
capitalist,
hires,
but
the larger his organization
we
becomes.
about getting money. Read that. Hold on, let it come on. Tax write-offs for home-based businesses. I mentioned it earlier. We do more. Fact, I told you, definitely do more research. And that's what I learned about in life. Like, shit, do research. Just school didn't end once I graduated from high school. Even when I like went to college, school didn't end there. Like so, every day I'm trying to learn something new. Every day I'm putting myself through school. Like so, and it's not like I'm forcing myself to do this. Like it's naturally for me to like I'll be waking up ready like hey, because most of the times I don't know what book I'm gonna play, but now that I'm playing Peaks and Valleys, like I'm gonna be like excited to play that book because it's been a minute since I listened to it. So like I know I'm gonna learn some new game. Like I know it's gonna be something in there like that's gonna spark another thought. Like we're gonna have another conversation about something else like that's you gonna like damn what the fuck you think like that? Oh, it get deeper.
In the government, the larger his organization, the more he's respected. On the other hand, within my organization, the fewer people I hire and the less money I spend, the more I'm respected by my investors. That's why I don't like government people. They have different objectives from most business people. As the government grows, more and more tax dollars will be needed to support it. As I said, the passage of taxes was only possible because the masses believed in the Robin Hood theory of economics, which was to take from the rich and give to everyone else. The problem was that the government's appetite for money was so great that taxes soon needed to be levied on the middle class, and from there, it kept trickling down.
Hey,
The rich,
this
on
ain't
the
got nothing to do because he kind of rich. But anybody heard of the YouTuber Mr. Beast? Like he got like total probably over 100 million subscribers on YouTube throughout his different channels. So he makes millions monthly. You know, like all the money he makes on YouTube, he doesn't spend it on nothing but his videos. Like on the next video. Like so all the money he make in one video, that goes to his next video. So the about time he files his taxes, He don't have to pay taxes because everything he made off that, he reinvested it back into his business. Like that's how companies don't pay, and as they get richer and richer, like shit, they just keep. Like I'm pretty sure he eating off something. Like shit, I'm telling you, like shit. Watch the right people, and you'll be successful in life. As an honorable, we get around 3K for college tuition. Use that amount for building a business hands on. Oh, you could definitely do that, but being in school is gonna kind of take you away from like building. I mean, I know I ain't gonna say that. You could do it if you got the mindset to do it. If you like, if you willing to put the work in, because it's not gonna be easy. It may sound easy, but once you fucking start fucking doing it every day, there's gonna be shit that pop up in your life that's there to stop you, there to test you and see if you gonna stop. Like so, if you gonna do that and follow through and like don't let nothing stop you, shit, go forward, shit. Definitely.
And saw an opportunity. They did not play by the same set of rules. As I've stated, the rich already knew about corporations, which became popular in the days of sailing ships. The rich created a corporation as a vehicle to limit their risk to the assets of each voyage. The rich put their money
That's
into a
what came in
corporation
with paying
to finance the
politicians, because at first the laws wasn't in the rich people's favors, but people are greedy. Humans are greedy. So guess what? The people with the money start controlling the laws that was based in their favors. It was never about racism. It was all about like I mean at first it started off like that, but now like shit it's about like money. Like shit, if you fucking billionaire, they don't give a fuck what color you are. Like, cause there's some like I'm telling you, some billionaires you don't even know. Like shit, people who don't even want to be on no Forbes list, blacker than you and me, and they like shit. You wouldn't believe how much money they got or what they got. So I'm trying to be one of them people.
voyage. The
So
corporation would then
once
hire
I
a crew to
literally
sail.
once I start making my millions on a consistently basis, I'm gonna back off the camera. Like once I do this every single day until it starts working, I'm gonna be like on some DJ Vlad shit behind the camera. I'm just doing this now because it's a visual world. I can't be behind no camera and y'all just be looking at nothing. I mean, well, listening to a book you can do that, but still, like I'm building the basis for YouTube. Like so, I gotta put the work in. Like I'm in grind mode. That's why it's every single day I'm gonna be here. Like so. Oh shit! I just fucking rewinded the book by accident. Hopefully, I can remember where we left off. As soon as I did that, like my internet started messing up on my computer too. Should always be doing that. I'ma just take a while. Yes.
Was worth $150 the moment I teed off.
We listen to that.
Means a lot more to her than simply another pretty car.
Listen to that.
And the rich. It went to government workers in the form of jobs and pensions. It went to the rich via their factories receiving government contracts. The government became a large pool of money, but the problem was the fiscal management of that
None of them
money.
was talking about taxes.
There really is no recirculation. In other words, the government policy, if you were a government bureaucrat, was to avoid having excess money. If you failed to spend your allotted funding, you risked losing it in the next budget. You'd certainly not be recognized for being efficient. Business people, on the other hand, are rewarded for having excess money and are recognized for their efficiency. As this cycle of growing government spending continued, the demand for money increased, and the tax the rich idea was now being adjusted to include lower income levels, down to the very people who voted it in, the poor and the middle class. True
And
capitalists
people will be like,
used
well,
their
what that got
financial
to do
knowledge
with
to
us?
simply find a way to escape. They headed back to the
Motherfuckers really
protection of a
be
corporation. A
Generation
corporation protects the rich. But what many people who've never formed a corporation do not know is that a corporation is not really a thing. A corporation is merely a file folder with some legal documents in it, sitting in some attorney's office registered with a state government agency. It's not a big building with the name of the corporation on it. It's not a factory or a group of people. A corporation is merely a legal document that creates a legal body without a soul. The wealth of the rich was once again protected. Once again, the use of corporations became popular.
If you ain't got no money,
Once
don't
the
worry about the
permanent
laws
income
getting
laws were
changed.
passed,
No matter fucking
because
how
the
much
income
you
tax
are,
rate of the
you trying to
corporation
vote.
was less than the individual income tax rates. In addition, as I said earlier, certain expenses could be paid with
People
pre-tax
just want
dollars
to
within the
complain.
corporation. This war between the have
People would rather just complain and argue about their life and not try to change it. Like, I don't get it. I never was one of them people like, I mean, at first, like, when I used to be like, man, my life ain't turning out how I want it to be, I would just be talking. But it got to a point where I'm like, fuck that. I see both of my brothers. When my brother moved to So Cool Land, like, that was his mansion in Vegas, I'm like, I ain't about to be the broke brother. Like, I'm not about to continue to live in Gary, Indiana when they live in their life in Vegas. So like shit, I moved to Vegas too. Like, and I experienced that too. Like, so then I realized I gotta build it on my own. Like, I can't just be the little brother and stay in the shadow of this giant. So now, as you can see, I'm on camera, but it's not doing what he doing. I used to try to do the videos he was doing. I used to just try to do vlogs, but nobody was watching that shit. So I'm like, I need something that works. So over the time, like, even though what it was I wasn't being consistent. If I had been consistent from day one, I would have realized what didn't work, but I would have kept trying, and then something would have clicked. Once I tried it in 2021 in November, and I kept going. In the first 30 days, it clicked. So I'm like, oh shit, now it works. All I have to do is be consistent and do it. And I realized I had that story within me from Earl Nightingale telling me to listen to that video, The Stranger's Secret, for 30 days. So I told myself, if I can do that, which was on YouTube, get on YouTube for 30 days and just post that was a short clip, like, easy. Like, I hope my phone don't get messed up. Baby mama calling. Hopefully they don't put them live. Kids should be, nah, they probably ain't asleep. My kids are so quiet because they don't want to come in this damn office. I should have just gone and like, hey, I heard y'all talking, come in here. I'm like, what? You're lying. My kids will tell me I'm lying if I'm really lying. Like, I give them, like, most black people won't give their kids permission to, like, call them out or, like, to be open and honest like I do. Like, my daughter, Naya, how I am on her, like, is like she mirrors that. Like, so when we was at Starbucks today, and she said something that, like, she was looking in Starbucks. We was in the drive-thru, and she was like, "Oh, it's nice out there." I said, "No, it's nice in there." Like, so if I make the slightest mistake, and I know I make a mistake, if she's around, she's gonna make sure she corrects me. Like, so, like, I've developed that relationship with, like, not just her but Athena, like, cause she's the only one who's got to that point and where she comprehends, like, she knows how to correct too. Like, if she realizes something is wrong and I say something wrong, like, she gonna be right there to correct me. So you got most parents, most adults don't have that relationship. They think everything they know is right and it's not. Like, so sometimes I be like, hey, shut up. Like, I know more than you. I'm the wise one in here. I'm the woke one. Like, but they be learning. I can't say it. But yeah, they be learning.
and the have-nots has been going on for hundreds of years. It's the take from the rich crowd versus the rich. The battle is waged whenever and wherever laws are made. The battle will go on forever. The people who lose are the uninformed, the ones who get up every day and diligently go to work and pay taxes. If they only understood the way the rich play the game, they could play it too. Then they would be on their way to their own financial
One
independence.
of the first books I played on the book
This is why
club
I
was
cringe every
Game
time
of
I
Life
hear
and
a
How to
parent
Play It.
advise
If
their
you haven't
children
watched that
to
stream, go
school
watch that.
so they can find
You
a
definitely
safe,
can learn
secure
something from
job.
there.
An employee with a safe, secure job without financial...
Just imagine a year from now, like how many books I'm gonna had. Like it's gonna be a whole library. Positive Minds Only is literally gonna turn into the Amazon of YouTube, where you can listen to any book. Some of those books get copyrighted, so like, but still, like I'm gonna literally do this every single day. A book every single day. Most people don't read ever. But if you tune into here, like you're now reading. Even though you listening to it and you ain't got no book in front of you, you're now reading a book. Like so, congratulations to you who don't like to read, but you like to listen.
Attitude has no escape. Average Americans today work 5 to 6 months for the government before they make enough to cover their taxes. In my opinion, that is a long time. The harder you work, the more you pay the government. That's why
Ain't
I
that
believe
crazy?
that the idea of
Every
taking
time
the
you do
rich
some overtime, like they
backfired on the
tax
very people
more.
who voted
Like
it
shit.
in.
It's the fucking point of
Every
doing
time
that.
people try to punish the rich don't simply comply, they react. They have the money, power, and intent to change things. They do not just sit there and voluntarily pay more taxes. They search for ways to minimize their tax burden. They hire smart attorneys and accountants and persuade politicians to change laws or create legal loopholes. They have the
If you
resources
ain't got
to
no money,
affect
you ain't got
change.
no power. People be
The poor
condemning
and the middle
money.
class do not have
What?
the same resources.
Can't
They sit
complain
there
because you ain't got
and let
nothing.
the government's needles enter their arm.
If I can come from Gary, Indiana, one of the worst places in the 90s, to be exact, it was considered murder capital, but they said that about a bunch of other cities. But I think they say murder capital depending on the state. Like, so every state has its own murder capital. So for Indiana, in the 90s, it was considered that. Like, growing up, I've seen people get murdered, like, right before my eyes by kids who I was hanging out with. I seen them murder adults. I seen the houses get fucking cocktailed and blown up with kids inside, babies inside. Like as a child, I was experiencing this in my neighborhood, and I didn't know like I was being traumatized. So if I was able to overcome all of that bullshit to escape the madness in that, to become this level of person, to be have this way of thinking, like then I'm pretty sure like somebody can be inspired to like if Nip, like I always said, if Nip did it, I can do it. Like shit, cause he came from LA and his journey was way harder than mine. Like so, some people don't make it, but you got the potential to. Like you can't just blame and say, oh, the rich people's holding me back. It's the elites that's keeping me like like down. Like there's nobody holding you back.
And
But
allow the
you.
blood donation to begin. Today, I'm constantly shocked at the number of people who pay more taxes or take fewer deductions simply because they are afraid of the government. And I do know how frightening and intimidating a government tax agent can be. I have had friends who have had their businesses shut down and destroyed, only to find out it was a mistake on the part of the government. I realize all that.
Yeah, a little darker
But
than
the
that.
price of working from January to mid-May is a high price to pay for that intimidation. My poor dad never fought back. My rich dad didn't either. He just played the game smarter, and he did it through corporations, the biggest secret of the rich. My highly educated dad always encouraged me to seek a good job with a strong corporation. He spoke of the virtues of working your way up the corporate ladder. He didn't understand that by relying solely on a paycheck from a corporate employer, I would be a docile cow ready for milking. When I told my rich dad of my father's advice, he only chuckled. Why not own the ladder, was all he said. As a young boy, I didn't understand what Rich Dad meant by owning my own corporation. It was an idea that seemed impossible and intimidating. Although I was excited by the idea, my youth would not let me envision the possibility that grown-ups would someday work for a company I would own. The point is, if not for my rich dad, I would have probably followed my educated dad's advice. It was merely the occasional reminder of my rich dad
I once
that kept
again
the
gotta
idea
be
of owning my
thankful.
own corporation alive
Like
and
even
kept me
though
on a
like
different path.
it's kind of fucked up because I be like having these thoughts about my dad who wasn't here, right? So I know his spirit is with me now. Like so, but when I think about the past, I'm like, man, I'm kind of thankful my dad didn't raise me. for the simple fact that his lifestyle, where it led him, he passed away at 33 in prison. Like, and I was only 11, so I only he before we got took away from our parents in Milwaukee. Like, that's a crazy story too. But my mom and dad was they had all five of me and my siblings. Their house ended up getting raided by the police SWATs. Me and my brother CJ ended up getting taken away, going to an orphanage. And then we went to these white people who was foster parents. Then my grandma ended up getting custody of me, so that's when we moved to Gary. Like, so, I forgot where I started that journey. I mean, where I started talking, made that point. But yeah, my journey has been fucking crazy. Like, shit, I done overcame a lot of fucking bullshit. Like, oh, if I start the book, then it'll remind me.
By the time I was 15 or 16, I knew I was not going to continue down the path my educated dad was recommending.
Oh yeah, my dad. I when I be thinking, I'm like, man, yeah, I'm glad my dad didn't raise me. But when he be here, like his spirit be here, I'm like, I wonder how he kind of feel like internally, like, well, spiritually, because he really can't communicate with his voice. But there's ways the ancestors can communicate with you. Like when I first started learning about my ancestors and stuff, right? I thought I was a jokester, right? So I always be talking shit, and then my shit would start end up missing, like my car keys, like shit would just start missing, like disappearing, like, and I know I had set it down, so I learned my lesson quick, like just respect the ancestors, especially like when you learning or when you first learning, like I didn't gain that respect with them that quick. Like, so I thought I was joking, and they was taking my shit, and I was like being late for shit. I'm like, oh shit. I realized why it was happening. So that's what, like, they was appearing, and when they was taking shit, that's when I knew it was real, because I would have certain conversations and I would say certain things, and every time, like it was on point. And like one situation with my wife, like before we got married, I'm probably sure I told this story, but it's probably different people here. Like in 2018, when I was changing my life around, before I changed my life around, I was a dog ass nigga. So even though I was a dog ass nigga, I love my wife. Like, well, she was my girlfriend at the time. But I always loved her. But how I was raised, like I ain't feel no type of love, so I ain't know what love was. Like I didn't have a mom or a dad. Like, so my grandma and Gigi definitely wasn't showing me no love. Love. Like I never was told, "Hey, I love you." I never got hugged, never showed affection, none of that. Like, so, as I grew up, I started searching for love. Like, so, first person who I like really dated was my oldest son's mom, and I ruined that because I was just went into the military and thought I was the man, like thought I was a pretty boy, like, so, fucked that up. Met my ex-wife, that shit went wrong. And that was my karma. Like, I realized it was my karma what I did to my son's mom. Like, so once I got out of that hole that I dug myself into, like, I ended up meeting my wife today. Like, so when I say I had trust issues simply because of what was doing. I knew I was a fucked up individual when it came to love, but I was able to mask it and hide it and seem like I was the perfect guy. Like, so once 2018 came, and like ancestors, I started tapping into them. Like, they let me know once I started Positive Minds Only, there's no more of like DMing chicks. There's no more like trying to get with other people. Like none of that. Like, there's no more like just following Instagram models. None of that, because that's what I was on. Like, so once the last time did something like that, right? I told my wife I had put her name on my Instagram, like, and I had around like 34,000 uh, followers at the time on Instagram. Like, so I told her, I'm like, if I cheat or if I do something, not even cheat, because I wasn't. I cheated on her like before, but in 2018, like, I wasn't cheating, but I was just still DMing, talking to other chicks. Like, so I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna put your name on there, and if I do something, I'm gonna just take it off. Like, so I won't embarrass you, because once again, I got 34,000 followers. Like, if something get out that I'm doing some dumb ass shit, dog shit, like, she's gonna get embarrassed. So the day I put her name on it is like that same night she went to work and I started messaging a female. The next day I woke up, her name was not on my Instagram. She didn't do it. I didn't do it. But when she like I like woke up, like she had kind of like I could tell something was wrong, and I didn't know what it was about. Cause once again, like I didn't delete my shit. Like I knew I was doing fucked up shit the day before, but I didn't think like she knew about it. Cause I'm like I didn't like it wasn't nothing adding up. But I looked at my Instagram. You know, when she said she was like you deleted me off Instagram, so I know you did something. And I'm trying to lie and like at first I'm like I didn't delete your name. I mean I really didn't delete her name, but what I was doing like shit, I knew the ancestors had deleted her name, and that's when I knew they wasn't playing with me. So I had to get my life together because I'm like they was going to expose me. So I'm like I can't be saying positive minds only, and I'm still cheating on my wife or like just doing fucked up shit behind her back. Like so I had to become a better person. Like so, hey,
But I
worked
was
out of my favor.
determined not to head in the direction most of my classmates were heading. That decision changed my life. It was not until I was in my mid-20s that my rich dad's advice began to make more sense. I was just out of the Marine Corps and working for Xerox. I was making a lot of money, but every time I looked at my paycheck, I was always disappointed. The deductions were so large, and the more I worked, the greater the deductions. As I became more successful, my bosses talked about promotions and raises. It was flattering, but I could hear my rich dad asking me in my ear, "Who are you working for? Who are you making rich?" In 1974, while still an employee for Xerox, I formed my
That's a
first
good question. Who are you
corporation
working for?
and began minding my own
Who are you
business.
making rich? Because
There
I
will
never
always be a
met the
few
CEO of
assets in
any
my
company I
asset
work
column,
for.
but now I was determined to focus on making it bigger. Those paychecks with all the deductions made all the years of my rich dad's
I
advice
only met one CEO.
make total sense. I could see the future if I followed my educated dad's advice. Many employers feel that advising their workers to mind their own business is bad for business. I'm sure it can be for certain individuals, but for me, focusing on my own business, developing assets, made me a better employee. I now had a purpose. I came in early and worked diligently, amassing as much money as possible so I could begin investing in real estate. Hawaii was just set to boom, and there were fortunes to be made. The more I realized we were in the beginning stages of a boom, the more Xerox machines I sold. The more I sold,
Shit, being
the
in
more
this
money I
crypto
made, and of
space
course,
and like
the more
Web
deductions there
3.0,
were from my
like
paycheck.
it ain't even
It was
booming yet. Like,
inspiring.
it's still bubbling.
I wanted out of the trap of being an employee so badly that I worked harder, not less. By 1978, I was consistently one of the top 5 salespeople in sales, often number 1. I badly wanted out of the rat race. In less than 3 years, I was making more in my own little corporation, which was a real estate holding company, than I was making at Xerox. And the money I was making in my asset column in my own corporation was money working for me, not me pounding on doors selling copiers. My rich dad's advice made much more sense. Soon the cash flow from my properties was so strong that my company bought me my first Porsche. My fellow Xerox salespeople thought I was spending my commissions. I wasn't. I was investing my commissions in assets. My money was working hard to make more money. Each dollar in my asset column was a great employee, working hard to make more employees and buy the boss a new Porsche with before-tax dollars. I began to work harder for Xerox. The plan was working, and my Porsche was the proof. By using the lessons I learned from my rich dad,
I
I was
could
able to get out of the
actually,
proverbial rat race.
like, no lie, I could actually get a job and work like during the day and fucking just invest, use that money to invest in my business. Like, but I've been so against 9 to 5s. Like, I've been like, fuck that shit. I had a job, like, I live in Vegas, right? So the football stadium was just created. So in 2019, I had applied to work there and I got the position. But COVID had happened, so the stadium was closed. So 2021 came around and like they called me and like for orientation. I'm sitting in orientation, like I think it was like a 4 hour orientation. Like I lasted 2 hours before like I looked at like I was in my head the whole time. I'm looking at these people. I'm looking at the people that's speaking, and I'm like, these people don't know who they are. Like they just trying to get a paycheck. Like I started like overthinking and like halfway through the orientation, I just left and walked out and didn't come back. Like they kept sending me emails like, "Hey, do you didn't fill out the papers that you were supposed to turn in?" Like threw all that shit away and like just I couldn't do it. I couldn't make it through orientation.
An employee at an early age. It was made possible because of the strong financial knowledge I'd acquired through these lessons. Without this financial knowledge, which I call my financial IQ, my road to financial independence would have been much more difficult. I now teach others through financial seminars
See, I
in the
should have
hope
been
that I
reading
may
this
share
book
my
while I was
knowledge with
still
them.
working.
Whenever I do my talks, I remind people that financial IQ is made up of knowledge from 4 broad areas of expertise. The first area is accounting, what I call financial literacy, a vital skill if you want to build an empire. The more money you're responsible for, the more accuracy is required, or the house comes tumbling down. This is the left brain side, or the details. Financial literacy is the ability to read and understand financial statements. This ability allows you to identify the strengths and weaknesses of any business. The second is investing, what I call the science of making money. This involves strategies and formulas. This is the right brain side, or the creative side. Next, you must obtain expertise in understanding markets, the science of supply and demand. There's a need to know the technical aspects of the market, which
Somebody
is
mentioned
emotion-driven.
network marketing earlier, and I realized like since I've been to Vegas, like at least 3 people like wanted me to join their stuff, and I'm like, what if it's meant for me to go into network marketing? Like they, I just haven't found nobody to sell me on it. Like I just, but what if that's something I'm supposed to do? And I've been avoiding it for years, but that opportunity always keep coming back. I realize that like that. It's always somebody who pops up and like into network marketing, and I'm like, yeah, I'll see what you got to say, but I'll even show up to the thing, and then I'm like, yeah, it ain't gonna work out. Maybe I need to stop showing up. Maybe I need to stop leading people on and letting them know I'm interested. Cause that's what I be doing. I be leading people on. So the next time, oh well, the dude who showed up who mentioned it tonight, I'll let you know off the back like I wasn't like trying to do network marketing. So I think that was my test tonight. Cause I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, man, every time network marketing popped up, I actually went to the meetings like for a couple weeks at least, and then like I just stopped showing up. So I'm like, the next time somebody like comes to me about network marketing, I'm not gonna lead them on this time. And you actually came in alive and mentioned it. So I actually fucking passed my test. Cause I'm not interested. Even though you didn't ask me if I was interested, but still, Rich Dad Poor Dad was a book like they always talked about, and that's why I'm thinking, like having this conversation. Rich Dad Poor Dad was always a book like they brought up. Like it sounds like cryptocurrency, but the keyword is work. Hmm. I haven't put those two and two together, but still, that's crazy. Like how I mean, it's not crazy now, but like just for you to mention network marketing, and I didn't think about it until like now. Like, but you mentioned network marketing a minute ago, but I realized I had that thought yesterday. I'm like, man, the next time somebody with network marketing like asks me, am I interested? I'm gonna just be like straight up like no. Like so, like I said, even though you didn't ask me, still I felt like an offer was coming because people I don't know what it is. They're attracted to like my mindset or something. I don't know. They think I'd be good for it, but at the same time, that's not what I want to do. I want to keep doing what I'm doing, and it's working. Like so. But when I first turned them down, like in 2018 and 2019, I went broke. So I probably could have used the network marketing. But I overcame that. Like, so that's what it's all about. Like, just keep staying focused on learning, like reading books, doing all of that. So it worked out. Like, so if you going through a stage in life where shit ain't working out for you, like just keep pressing forward. Like, don't stop. Why would you stop when you're in an area where shit ain't going good for you? So keep going forward. Keep pressing forward.
Tickle Me Elmo doll during Christmas 1996 is a case of technical or emotion-driven market. The other market factor is the fundamental or the economic sense of an investment. Does an investment make sense, or does it not make sense based on the current market conditions? Finally, you must understand the law. For instance, utilizing a corporation wrapped around the technical skills of accounting, investing, and markets can aid explosive growth. An individual with the knowledge of the tax advantages and protection provided by a corporation can get rich so much faster than someone who is an employee or a small business sole proprietor. It's like the difference between someone walking and someone flying. The difference is profound when it comes to long-term wealth. A corporation can do so many things that an individual cannot, like pay for expenses before it pays taxes. That is a whole area of expertise that is so exciting, but not necessary to get into unless you have sizable assets or a business.
Read it on the computer. Network marketing is cryptocurrency before people heard about it. We gave the keyword is work when you use your network to market products and services. See, I wasn't like involved in crypto in the beginning, so I wouldn't even know. Like that's crazy. But I'm into crypto now. But it's not off base. But true, I do get the. I understand where you're coming from for the simple fact to know certain people who are into crypto and they know when shit popping off before ever the world does. Like, it's a lot of times where like it's a guy who popped up in my brother who like I call him my business partner. But we truly not business, but we do make money together. Like, so that is my business partner. So like he be putting me onto different cryptos like early, and I be seeing profits. So like I understand like just networking with different people who are into crypto, because when you build these relationships up, ain't no telling what information somebody got or what they willing to give you too. Like, so I wish I had met somebody in the crypto. Man, you know what the messed up part about it? The first time I got introduced to network marketing, I was still in the Marines. So this is around like 2011. But once again, like I felt like I wasn't interested. I felt like somebody was trying to like I ain't gonna say sell me something, but I felt like somebody wanted me to sell something. I'm not a salesman. Like, so I'm like, that shit ain't gonna work. So
Employees earn and get taxed, and they try to live on what's left. A corporation earns, spends everything it can, and is taxed on anything that's left. It's one of the biggest legal tax loopholes that the rich use. They're easy to set up and are not expensive if you own investments that are producing good cash flow. For example, by owning your own corporation, car payments, insurance, repairs are company expenses. Most restaurant meals are partial expenses, and on and on. All are paid for legally with pre-tax dollars. Lesson 5. The rich invent money. I've been teaching professionally since 1984. It's been a great experience and rewarding. It's also a disturbing profession, for I've taught thousands of individuals, and I see one thing in common in all of us, myself included. We all have tremendous potential, and we are all blessed with gifts. Yet the one thing that holds all of us back is some degree of self-doubt. It's not so much the lack of technical information that holds us back, but more the lack of self-confidence. Some are more affected than others. Once we leave school, most of us know that it's not as much a matter of college degrees or good grades that count. In the real world, outside of academics, something more than just grades is required. I've heard it called guts, chutzpah, balls, audacity, bravado,
cojones.
cunning, daring, tenacity, and brilliance. factor, whatever it's labeled, ultimately decides one's future much more than school grades. Inside each of us is one of these brave, brilliant, and daring characters. There's also the flip side of that character. People who could get down on their knees and beg if necessary. After a year in
It gets
Vietnam
dark
as a
because I
Marine
put it
Corps
on full
pilot,
screen.
I intimately got to know both of those characters inside of me. One is not better than the other. Yet as a teacher, I recognized that it was excessive fear and self-doubt that were the greatest detractors of personal genius. It broke my heart to see students know the answers, yet lack the courage to act on the answer. Often in the real world, it's not the smart that get ahead, but the bold. In my personal experience, your financial genius requires both technical knowledge as well as courage. If fear is too strong, the genius is suppressed. In my classes, I strongly urge students to learn to take risks, to be bold, to let their genius convert that fear into power and brilliance. It works for some and just terrifies others.
I could be the perfect
I've come to realize
teacher
that
if
for
I
most
went into
people,
like studying
when it comes
like
to the subject of
school,
money,
start
they would
teaching.
rather play it safe.
I
I've had
can't
to
do
field
that
questions
every
such as,
single day.
why take risks?
I mean, it would
Why
be
should I bother
beneficial,
developing my financial
but I can't
IQ?
go to. I ain't about to go
Why
to
should
school.
I become financially literate? And I answer,
Tired of going
just to have more
physical
options.
school.
There are huge changes up ahead. There will be 100 people like Bill Gates and hugely successful companies like Microsoft created every year, all over the world. And there also will be many more bankruptcies, layoffs, and downsizing. So why bother developing your financial IQ? Because if you do, you will prosper greatly. And if you don't, this period of time will be a frightening one. Land was wealth 300 years ago. So the person who owned the land owned the wealth. Then it was factories and production. And America rose to dominance. The industrialists owned the wealth. Today, it's information. And the person who has the most timely information owns the wealth. The problem is, information flies all around the world at the speed of light. The new wealth cannot be contained by boundaries and borders as lands and factories were. The changes will be faster and more dramatic. There will be a dramatic increase in the number of new multimillionaires. There also will be those who are left behind. Today, I find so many people struggling, often working harder, simply because they cling to old ideas. They want things to be the way they were. They resist change. I know people who are losing their jobs or their houses, and they blame technology or the economy or their boss. Sadly, they
Can't
fail to
blame
realize
nobody
that
but
they
yourself.
might be the problem. Old ideas are their biggest liability. It's a liability simply because they fail to realize that while that idea or way of doing something was an asset yesterday, yesterday is gone. One afternoon I was teaching investing using a game I'd invented, cash flow, as a teaching tool. A friend had brought someone along to attend the class. This friend of a friend was recently divorced, had been badly burned in the divorce settlement, and was now searching for some answers. Her friend thought the class might help. The game was designed to help people learn how money works. In playing the game, they learn about the interaction of the income statement with the balance sheet. They learn how cash flows between the two, and how the road to wealth is through striving to increase your monthly cash flow from the asset column to the point that it exceeds your monthly expenses. Once you accomplish this, you're able to get out of the rat race and onto the fast track. As I've said, some people hate the game, some love it, and others miss the point. This woman missed a valuable
game like
opportunity to
Mitch.
learn something. In the opening round, she drew a doodad card with the boat on it. At first, she was happy. Oh, I've got the boat. Then, as her friend tried to explain how the numbers worked on her income statement and balance sheet, she got frustrated because she had never liked math. The rest of her table waited while her friend continued explaining the relationship between the income statement, balance sheet, and monthly cash flow. Suddenly, when she realized how the numbers worked, It dawned on her that her boat was eating her alive. Later on in the game, she was also downsized and had a child. It was a horrible game for her. After the class, her
It
friend
started
came
off
by
a
and told
horrible
me that she
game
was
for me.
upset.
Then I just started
She'd
turning
come to
that
the
shit
class to
around.
learn about investing and did not like the idea that it took so long to play a silly game. Her friend attempted to tell her to look within herself, to see if it reflected on herself in any way. With that suggestion, the woman demanded her money back. She said that the very idea that a game could be a reflection of her was ridiculous. Her money was promptly refunded, and she left. Since 1984, I have made millions simply by doing what the school system does not. In school, most teachers lecture. I hated lectures as a student. I was soon bored, and my mind would drift.
That was me.
In 1984, I began teaching via games and simulations. I always encouraged adult students to look at games as reflecting back to what they know and what they needed to learn. Most importantly, a game reflects back on one's behavior. It's an instant feedback system. Instead of the teacher lecturing you, the game is feeding back a personalized lecture, custom-made just for you. The friend of the woman who left later called to give me an update. She said her friend was fine and had calmed down. In her cooling off period, she could see some relationships between the game and her life. Just like a board game, the world is
Did
always
she get her
providing us
money
with
back or
instant
not?
feedback.
We're just gonna take the advice.
We could learn a lot if we tuned in more. One day, not long ago, I complained to my wife that the cleaners must have shrunk my pants. My wife gently smiled and poked me in the stomach to inform me that the pants had not shrunk. Something else had expanded. Me. The game Cash Flow was designed to give every player personal feedback. The purpose is to give you options. If you draw the boat card and it puts you into debt, the question is, now what can you do? How many different financial options can you come up with? That's the purpose of the game. To teach players to think and create new and various financial options. I've watched this game played by more than 1,000 people. The people who get out of the rat race in the game the quickest are the people who understand numbers and have creative financial minds. They recognize different financial options. People who take the longest are people who aren't familiar with numbers and often do not understand the power of investing. Rich people are often creative and take calculated risks. There have been people playing Cash Flow who gain lots of money in the game, but they don't know what to do with it. Most of them have not been financially successful in real life either. Everyone else seems to be getting ahead of them, even though they have money. And that's true in real life. There are a lot of people who have a lot of money and do not get ahead financially. Limiting your options is the same as hanging on to old ideas. I have a friend from high school who now works at 3 jobs. 20 years ago, he was the richest of all my classmates. When the local sugar plantation closed, the company he worked for went down with the plantation. In his mind, he had the one option, and that was the old option: work hard. The problem was, he couldn't find an equivalent job that recognized his seniority in the old company. As a result, he's overqualified for the jobs he currently has, so his salary is lower. He now works 3 jobs to earn enough to survive. I've watched people playing Cash Flow complaining that the right opportunity cards are not coming their way, so they sit there. I know people who do that in real life.
Better make
They
them
wait
opportunities.
for the right opportunity. I've
I
watched people
create
get the
my
right
own.
opportunity card and then not have enough money. Then they complain they would have gotten out of the rat race if they'd had more money. So they sit there. I know people in real life who do that also. They see all the great deals, but they have no money. And I have people pull a great opportunity card, read it out loud, and have no idea that it's a great opportunity. They have the money, the time is right, they have the card, but they can't see the opportunity staring at them. They fail to see how it fits into their financial plan for escaping the rat race. And I know more people like that than all the others combined. Most people have an opportunity of a lifetime flash right in front of them, and they fail
Yeah.
to see it.
This right
A
here,
year
what
later,
I'm doing, I realized this was one of those opportunities of a lifetime. Like if I had a procrastinated on getting on live every day and like listening to a book, reading a book, like somebody else would have came up with that idea. Now, like you know how many people love books and these books in particular, like no matter how we're not posted, it may not catch traction today or next week. Like it could be a month before these mugs start taking off, or two. Like you never know. Like so, that's why I'm doing these books because it was like the perfect opportunity for me. Like so, and I'm not. I love doing this. Like shit. Only thing that's bothering me is this fucking chair that I just need. Like I said, I need a new chair. Probably need to switch it with my wife's chair, but that one kind of short. So I don't know. We gonna see tomorrow. See how that chair feel.
Find out about it after everyone else got rich. Financial intelligence is simply having more options.
Watch.
If the
Why
opportunities
tomorrow?
aren't
Why
coming
not
your way,
check it today?
what else can you do to improve your financial position? If an opportunity lands in your lap and you have no money and the bank won't talk to you, what else can you do to get the opportunity to work in your favor? If your hunch is wrong and what you've been counting on doesn't happen, how can you turn a lemon into millions? That is financial intelligence. It's not so much what happens, but how many different financial solutions you can think of to turn a lemon into millions. It's how creative you are in solving financial problems. Most people only know one solution: work hard, save, and borrow. So why would you want to increase your financial intelligence? Because you want to be the kind of person who creates your
Oh,
own
this
luck.
feel a lot better.
You can take whatever
I should
happens
have
and
been
make it better.
switched the chair. See,
Few
now I
people
got me like
realize
that
that
kind
luck
of. I don't
is
even need
created,
y'all to invest
just
in
as
a chair
money
for
is.
me. Shit.
And if you want to be luckier and create money instead of working hard,
Fucking been
then your
torturing myself
financial
with that
intelligence
chair. I
is
had a chair
important.
behind me all along that I
If
know
you're
I
the
should
kind
have
of person who's
switched, but I
waiting for
just
the right
never
thing to
fucking
happen,
did.
you might wait for a long time.
Thanks, babe, for the
It's like
chair.
waiting for all the traffic lights to be green for 5 miles before starting the trip. As young boys, Mike and I were constantly told by my rich dad that money is not real. Rich Dad occasionally reminded us of how close we came to the secret of money on that first day we got together and began making money out of plaster of Paris. The poor and middle class work for money, he would say. The rich make money. The more real you think money is, the harder you will work for it. If you can grasp the idea that money is not real, you will grow richer faster. What is it? Was a question Mike and I often came back with. What is money if it's not real? What we agree it is, was all Rich Dad would say. The single most powerful asset we all have is our mind. If it's trained well, it can create enormous wealth in what seems to be an instant. I'll give you a simple example of creating money. In the early 1990s, the economy of Phoenix was horrible. I was watching the TV show Good Morning America when a financial planner came on and began forecasting doom and gloom. His advice was to save money. Put $100 away every month, he said, and in 40 years you will be a multimillionaire. Well, putting money away every month is a sound idea. It is one option, the option most people subscribe to. The problem is this. It blinds the person from what's really going on. They miss major opportunities for much more significant growth of their
My
money.
chair.
The world is passing them by. As I said, the economy was
I'll
terrible
buy
at
you
that
a new
time.
chair.
For investors, this is the perfect market condition. A chunk of my money was in the stock market and in apartment houses. I was short of cash.
Hey,
Because everyone was giving stuff away,
the terpenes is like my favorite. That's what makes me. I ain't gonna say it makes me think better, but that's what helps me with getting epiphanies and ideas. So I mix moon rock with mine. Sometimes I mix, the sugar, the crumble. Uh, yeah, I fuck with THC heavy.
I was buying.
Me,
I
my
was
own
not
positive
saving money.
minds
I was
only strain,
investing.
PMO strain. I
My
don't know.
wife and I had more than $1 million in cash working in a market that was rising fast. It was the best opportunity to invest. The economy was terrible. I just could not pass up these small deals. Houses that were once $100,000 were now $75,000. But instead of shopping at the local real estate office, I began shopping at the bankruptcy attorney's office or the courthouse steps. In these shopping places, a $75,000 house could sometimes be bought for $20,000 or less.
Y'all hear
For
what he said?
$2,000, which was loaned to me from a friend for 90 days for $200, I gave an attorney a cashier's check as a down payment. While the acquisition was being processed, I ran an ad in the paper advertising a $75,000 house for only $60,000 and no money down. The phone rang hard and heavy.
What?
Prospective buyers were screened, and once the property was legally mine, all the prospective buyers were allowed to look at the house. It was a feeding frenzy. The house sold in a few minutes. I asked for a $2,500 processing fee, which they gladly handed over, and the escrow and title company took over from there. I returned the $2,000 to my friend with an additional $200. He was happy, the home buyer was happy, the attorney was happy, and I was happy.
Up here with my
I sold a house for $60,000 that cost me $20,000. The $40,000 was created from money in my
Oh, that's
asset
what's up.
column
Like I said, I
in the
might
form of a promissory note from the buyer.
look into the
Total working
the
time,
mushrooms.
5 hours. During this depressed market, my wife and I were able to do 6 of these simple transactions in our spare time. While the bulk of our money was in larger properties in the stock market, we were able to create more than $190,000 in assets, notes at 10% interest, in those 6 buy, create, and sell transactions. That comes to approximately $19,000 a year income, much of it sheltered through our private corporation. Much of that $19,000 a year goes to pay for our company cars, gas, trips, insurance, dinners with clients, and other things.
And that's
By
an
the time the
extra
government gets a chance to tax that
free.
income, it's been spent on legally allowed pre-tax expenses.
Do
This
you
is a
see
simple
how they
example of how money is invented, created, and protected using financial intelligence. Ask yourself how long it would take to save $190,000. Would the bank pay you 10% interest on your money? And the note is good for 30 years. I hope they never pay me the $190,000. I have to pay a tax if they pay me the principal. And besides, $19,000 paid over 30 years is a little over $500,000 in income. The math is simple. You don't need algebra or calculus. I don't write much because the escrow company handles the legal transaction and the servicing of the payments. I have no roofs to fix or toilets to unplug because the owners do that. It's their house. Occasionally, someone does not pay, and that's wonderful because there are late fees, or they move out and the property is sold again. The court system handles that. And it may not work in your area. The market conditions may be different. But the example illustrates how a simple financial process can create hundreds of thousands of dollars with little money and low risk. It's an example of money being only an agreement. Anyone with a high school education can do it. Yet most people won't. Most people listen to the standard advice of work hard and save money. For about 30 hours of work, approximately $190,000 was created in the asset column, and no taxes were paid. Now, you may understand why I silently shake my head when I hear parents say, "My child is doing well in school and receiving a good education." It may be good, but is it adequate? I know the above investment strategy is a small one. It's used to illustrate how small can grow into big. My success reflects the importance of a strong financial foundation, which starts with strong financial education. Financial intelligence is made up of these 4 main technical skills. Number 1, financial literacy, the ability to read numbers. Number 2, investment strategies, the science of making money. Number 3, the market, supply and demand. Alexander Graham Bell gave the market what it wanted, and AT&T was born. So did Bill Gates. A $75,000 house offered for $60,000 that cost $20,000 was also the result of seizing an opportunity created by the market. Somebody was buying and someone was selling. Number 4, the law. The awareness of accounting, corporate, state, and national rules and regulations. I recommend playing within the rules. It's this basic foundation, or the combination of these skills, that's needed to be successful in the pursuit of wealth. Whether it be through the buying of small homes, large apartments, companies, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, precious metals, baseball cards, or the like. Personally, I use 2 main vehicles to achieve financial growth: real estate and small stocks. I use real estate as my foundation. Day in and day out, my properties provide cash flow and occasional spurts of growth and value. The small cap stocks are used for fast growth. I do not recommend anything that I do. The examples are just that, examples. If the opportunity is too complex, and I do not understand the investment, I don't do it. Simple math and common sense is all that's needed to do well financially. Lesson 6. Work to learn. Don't work for money. In 1995, I granted an interview with a newspaper in Singapore. The young female reporter was on time, and the interview got underway immediately. We sat in the lobby of a luxurious hotel, sipping coffee and discussing the purpose of my visit to Singapore. I was to share the platform with Zig Ziglar. He was speaking on motivation, and I was speaking on the secrets of the rich. Someday, I'd like to be a best-selling author like you, she said. I'd seen some of the articles she'd written for the paper, and I was impressed. She had a tough, clear style of writing. Her articles held a reader's interest.
If you haven't gave this
You
video
have
a
a great
thumbs up,
style, I
make
said
sure
in
you hit
reply.
that like button.
What holds you back from achieving your dream?
Just nothing to hit
My
that
work
button.
doesn't seem to go anywhere, she said quietly. Everyone says that my novels are excellent, but nothing happens. So I keep my job with the paper. At least it pays the bills. Do you have any suggestions? Yes, I do, I said brightly. A friend of mine here in Singapore runs a school that trains people to sell. He runs sales training courses for many of the top corporations here in Singapore. And I think attending one of his courses would greatly enhance your career. She stiffened. Are you saying that I should go to school to learn to sell? I nodded. I have a master's degree in English literature. Why would I go to school to learn to be a salesperson? I'm a professional. She was now packing her briefcase forcibly. The interview was over. On the coffee table sat a copy of my first book. I picked it up as well as the notes that she jotted down in her legal pad. Do you see this? I said, pointing to her notes. She looked down at her notes. What? She said, confused. Again, I pointed deliberately to her notes. On her pad, she'd written, Robert Kiyosaki, best-selling author. It says, best-selling author, not best-writing author. Her eyes widened immediately. I'm a terrible writer. You're a great writer. I went to sales school. You have a master's degree. Put them together and you get a best-selling author and a best-writing
I need a
author.
writer, because I hate
Anger
writing.
flared from her eyes. I'll never stoop so low as to learn how to sell. like you have no business writing. I'm a professionally trained writer, and you're a salesman. It's not fair." The rest of her notes were put away, and she hurried out through the large glass doors into the humid Singapore morning. At least she gave me a fair and favorable write-up the next morning. The world is filled with smart, talented, educated, and gifted people. We meet them every day. They're all around us. I'm constantly shocked at how little talented people earn. I heard the other day that less than 5% of Americans earn more than $100,000 a year. I've met brilliant,
Less than
highly educated
5%.
people who earn less than $20,000 a year. A
I was
business
one of the people in
consultant who
2019.
specializes in the medical trade was telling me how many doctors, dentists, and chiropractors struggle financially. All this time, I thought that when they graduated, the dollars would pour in. It was this business consultant who gave me the phrase, "They are one skill away from great wealth." What this phrase means is that most people need only to learn and master one more skill, and their income would jump exponentially. I have mentioned before that
All I needed
financial
to do was
intelligence
master
is
the
a synergy
skill
of
of
accounting,
YouTube.
investing, marketing, and
I
law.
haven't mastered it yet, but I'm
Combine
on the
these four
path to
technical
mastering
skills,
YouTube.
and making money with money is easier.
I've learned to. Oh, not.
When it
I
comes to
don't. I
money,
ain't gonna say YouTube. I think I got YouTube, but I think I need to master. I need to conquer real estate. I think once I get in real estate, that's really gonna be what take me to the next level. So I'm headed in that direction. Like headed in that direction.
the only skill most people know is to work hard. The classic example of a synergy of skills was that young writer for the newspaper. If she diligently learned the skills of sales and marketing, her income would jump dramatically. If I were her, I would take some courses in advertising copywriting as well as sales. Then instead of working at the newspaper, I would seek a job at an advertising agency. Even if it were a cut in pay, she'd learn how to communicate in shortcuts that are used in successful advertising. She also would spend time learning public relations, an important skill. She would learn how to get millions in free publicity. Then at night and on weekends, she could be writing her great novel. When it was finished, she'd be better able to sell her book. Then in a short while, she could be a best-selling author. When I graduated from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in 1969, my educated dad was happy. Standard Oil of California had hired me for its oil tanker fleet. I was a third mate, and the pay was low compared with my classmates, but it was okay for a first real job after college. My starting pay was about $42,000 a year, including overtime, and I only had to work for 7 months. I had 5 months of vacation. If I'd wanted to, I could have taken the run to Vietnam with a subsidiary shipping company and easily doubled my pay instead of taking the 5 months vacation. I had a great career ahead of me, yet I resigned after 6 months with the
My
company
wife hungry.
and joined the Marine Corps to learn how to fly. My educated
Should I,
dad was devastated.
Do a part 2
Rich
to this?
Dad
I might as well.
congratulated me.
It's 10. It's almost
In
11.
school
My
and in
wife
the
haven't
workplace,
ate yet.
the popular opinion is the idea of
I'm gonna end the live there tonight. Like so. And then there's gonna be a part 2. I'll probably do it early tomorrow morning. Like when I wake up to just finish the book to be a part 2 to it. And then so we can get with peaks and valleys tomorrow. So I'm gonna finish this book tomorrow and then we're gonna start peaks and valleys. So thank you guys for tuning in. Around 5 to 6 people stayed around for the whole time. Like so, thank you guys for helping me get my watch time hours up. Like I said, this is going towards me getting monetized. Like, and I really appreciate it. So, if y'all like these books, like, please share it with your friends and family. Like, if you know they're interested in books. Like, if it ain't somebody who don't care about a book, don't worry about sharing it to them. Like, but if you know there's somebody who like these type of books, like, gonna be talking about these type of books, like, just try to shout my channel out to them. Like, I really appreciate it. The word of mouth really do work. So I understand how the power of the word of mouth. So I'm gonna continue to do my job is showing up every single day. I just hope y'all continue to be here with me. So watch me grow. We out this month.